behalf of SIRC of ICAI, I welcome everybody to this one-day seminar on data analytics and tally. So today we have a 6 hours program. The first half will be from CS Srivathson, who will demystify data analytics using Excel and PowerBI. And the afternoon will be from CA Monica CHALLANI, who will provide critical insights into financials for non-corporate entities using tally. So even with our regular usage of this financial tool, we know there is a new function, a new efficiency, a new insight to be discovered. And I hope this session will be a very useful session for all of us. And so before getting to the session, I would like all the members to rise up for our ICAI motto song, and we can officially begin.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 kavarsho Pursho nirvimanaha nirvimanaha Tadeva shukram Tada Brahma Tadeva mritamucchate Tasmin lokaha shataha Sarve tadunatyati kaschan Etadvaita
So I'm privileged to welcome our first session speaker, C.S. Srivathson Ramesh. Sir, welcome you to the stage. Thank you. Yes, sir. So to give you a short intro of C.S. Srivathson, he is a chartered accountant, cost and management accountant with diploma in information systems audit. He has been practicing since 2012, and he is the founder and director of Hridaya Ad Concert Private Limited, and a respective faculty member for leading government and professional institute. He has also delivered training at esteemed bodies such as National Academy of Direct Taxes and National Academy of Customs Indirect and Narcotics. Furthermore, he is also a faculty member with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for subjects like MS Excel, ERP, Forensic and Audit Tools. He is also a member of Board of Studies for Vivekananda College and a member of Examination Committee for SRM College of Arts and Science. He also serves as a guest speaker on various topics such as audit, income tax and GST. Sir, we welcome you on behalf of SIRC to this session, sir. To honor his presence is with us today, I now request CA Niren Chand to kindly present a memento to CA Srivathson, sir, as a token of our gratitude and respect. Thank you, sir. I hope everybody has laptop because it's an hands-on training session. Anybody has not? You don't have laptop, sir. Laptop. You can share with the adjacent person, sir. So okay. So without further ado, I request C.S. Srivathson sir to take on the stage. Thank you, sir.
So very good morning, and I'm much humbled by the introduction. And let's start the session straight away. Excel as a tool, Excel as a tool for data analysis, and a bit of introduction to Power BI, how long we have come from the Excel 2003 editions or the initial versions of Excel that we have seen. It's about 40 years now that Excel is in place in different forms. But 2003 was the significant edition that we would have seen, and from 2003, let's fast forward to 2025. It has become an unavoidable tool for anybody in finance. Okay, so I have already shared some, the workbooks. Please download them. If you have kept it ready, then let me go ahead. I need a confirmation from each one of you to go ahead, because this file is very, very important. Our entire discussion is going to be revolving around that. I think they would have mailed you from SIRC CPE ID, ma'am. They would have mailed you yesterday or today morning from the SIRC CPE at ICAI.in mail ID. To your membership ID. It would have come to your membership mail ID. You would have given a mail ID to your membership number, right? To that associated ID, they would have sent it across. Or I can arrange it in a pen drive. Is that fine for you? Those who don't have, just a minute. Okay, fine. So they'll be bringing the pen drive. You can copy it. So there is Excel file and the PowerBI installer. Sir, I think you don't have a choice but to download PowerBI because that'll be a DMG file. There'll be only exe file with them. You might get either of the broadcasting IDs. Just give few minutes, he's getting it ready. So Power BI is must, but we'll use it in the last half an hour kind of a thing. For the first part of the session, we'll be looking at only Excel. Okay, in the meantime that is getting uploaded, I'll take you through some of the basics in Excel, okay, so that this gives you a better idea about how to handle large volume of data. When you get a big data, which is like 10,000 lines or 20,000 lines, what is the method in which you have to handle it, okay. So the data that I've given to you is a sales data which will have GST numbers and all the relevant details, okay. We are going to use this Excel throughout the session, okay. I have not used any other different sets of data so that it becomes easy for us to understand and move forward. And when you go back, you will have an understanding as to how to reapply it on any kind of data, okay. So I'm sticking to one data set, okay. So if you look at the data that I have here, let me. Yeah, so this is my sales data. There are few columns out here, okay. It has the invoice number, date, then you have the customer name, GST numbers and all these things. It goes up to invoice value, right, and how the payment was received against these invoices, okay. There's another sheet of data which contains e-waybill information against that particular invoice and where the goods were sent, okay. Now with this data only we are going to do this entire session, right. So if you have any doubts, you can stop me then and there, no hesitations. I can come to each one of your desks and explain you what you should be doing if required. So now if you look at this data has got about, just take a look at this has got about 27 columns, right. Can you remember each of the column names? Can you remember each of the column names? It becomes difficult, right. But can you remember the name of the column? In the sense, the first thing I asked you is the cell references. Cell references in the sense, can you remember what A column is about, what B column is about, what C column is about? That's pretty much difficult. But can you remember invoice number as a column name? Or let's say invoice value as a column name? That will be a little more easier for us, right? So, early days, the referencing was only two types of references. We had either a relative reference or a absolute reference with some alterations to that. What is a relative reference is, you are generally giving the sum function, right, in a column. When you copy paste the sum function from column A to column B, it automatically changes the reference numbers from A1 let's say to A5, from A1 to A5 it will become B1 to B5. This will happen in the normal course. If you don't want that to happen, then you will add the dollar symbols, correct? When you add the dollar symbols, it will never move. Now they have brought in, from 2007 itself, they have brought in something called named ranges. Now this is where it gets little more interesting, okay. How this named ranges work is that, let's take this, let's say the invoice value column, okay. Every time you don't want to remember that it is from X3 to X so and so number, that becomes a problem for us, right. Instead of doing that, what if we give a name to the set of cells and call this set of cells with that particular name itself, wherever required, okay. Within this Excel workbook, wherever required, you don't want to remember the cell reference numbers, you want to remember a name of your choice, and use that throughout the Excel workbook. Then in that situation, what you have to do, just take a look at this. I'm going to go slowly in the first part so that you get a grip over it, then we'll go a little faster, okay? Just take a look at this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to select from the first row of my data. My first row of data is in row number 6. Can you see this? From this, I'm going till the last line of my data. Okay, this is the last line of my data, right? Now you find a box here, white color box. We not have used it often. Okay, this box is called the name box. Okay, now this column is the invoice value column. So I want to call this invoice value. Okay, but there is a space in between, right? Excel will not allow you to use a space in between names. So you have to either replace it with underscore or a backslash as we use it in HTTPS. Okay, there cannot be a space. And never use a cell reference number. You can't give INV22 because it will take you to that cell. Okay, so don't use a cell reference. Use a text preferably which you can remember and recall quickly. Okay, so I'm going to call this as, let's say, I'm going to call this entire column. I'm going to click this here. When I click this, the first cell is getting selected. Can you see X6 has come? So just start typing, or you delete this and give whatever preferable name that you want to give there. I'm going to call this as invoice underscore value, right? Now this is something I can remember, right? Or invoice underscore AMT, whatever of your choice, okay? And when you give enter, this will get stored. And now half of your job is done, okay? Let's say I want to get the sum of this invoice value column. What you will generally do? Equal to sum x2 to or x6 to the last line you have to remember, and then you have to do the sum. Now just take a look at this, what I'm doing, equal to sum of, right? I'm giving the regular sum function. Then I will recall that name, okay, because that is now stored as a array inside Excel. Okay, I'm going to call this invoice value. Can you see that table is coming up there? Just give the tab key and automatically that selection would get selected, and now close the brackets. You will get your answer immediately. Now this works inside this workbook. There, inside this workbook, there cannot be one another invoice value column in the same name. You can give it invoice value 1, 2, 3, whatever you want. You can give it a different name, but you can't give the same name as invoice value once again in any other worksheet of this workbook. Okay. Now with the advances that has happened, in Excel, there is a separate set of array functions that has come in. Okay, this array functions started working from 2016 and above editions. If you are having a older edition, then this may not work. If your office has given you the latest edition, then in that situation, please go. If you go, let's say I'm having a new sheet here, out here. This is a absolutely new sheet, right? This is something which I have added just now. If I go here and give equal to invoice amount or invoice value column, whatever I've stored already there, and give tab and give enter, the entire column can be reproduced. The entire column can be reproduced. All the individual values, no copy paste, nothing. The table is called for here. This is called the array function. Okay. Now this array function we are going to use in different places today. Okay. There are a lot of new things that have come up within this array function. So when I'm going through all those things, you will understand how helpful this array function is going to be. Okay. So with one click, if you look at it, only in the first cell, the formula is there. Can you see this? In the first cell, the formula is there. It is highlighted in dark black color, right? But data has come here in all these cells, right? If I go to the next cell, which is A2, you will find this grayed out, which means the data has been spilled over to all these cells. Now, if I go and interrupt the spilling somewhere here, then it will throw me a spill error, because Excel is not able to complete the table since you have intervened the spilling. Okay, just take a look at this. I'm going inside this, let's say A3 or A4, and I'm just giving A inside that cell. Now take a look at this. Is it throwing me a spill error? This spill error means that I'm interrupting the flow of the table. But whereas my formula was given only in one cell. But I can use each of the independent cells in my formulas. Just take a look at this. Let's say this divided by 118 into 18. Let's say I want to know the GST amount. This formula has been applied only on cell number A4, but not on all the cells. Can you identify the difference? Even though the data has been spilled, each of the independent cells can be used for your computations. Now, this is something like a magic, right? So, this is what is the array function that we are using, but technically what I wanted to make you understand is named cell can be the easiest way in which you can remember the cell names. Now, named again is a problem to me, boss. How many names can I remember? Yeah? Or how many names I can create? There are 27 columns. For each of the columns, if I have to go and create, it is going to take time. Why not I ask Excel to create it? What if I ask Excel to create it? What is the simplest way in which Excel can create it? Just take a look at this. Yeah, that becomes easier so that I can revolve around. So now, instead of me doing it, whatever data I've stored already, I'm going to first delete them. So if you go to the formula tab, there is something called defined names. In this, there is an option called name manager. If you go inside this, you can see all the names that you have created. Okay, there are different names that has been created. The names that we have created right now is this invoice value thing. Okay, so I don't want this. Let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, or I can delete all these things also because none of them are having any proper cell references. So I can delete all of them also, right? So now I'm going to ask Excel to create this. I'm going to ask Excel to create this namings. For each column, it will use the heading of the column. There is already a heading for each of the columns, right? Excel is going to use this to create the names by itself. Okay, so let me select the entire table. I've selected the entire table now. Let me go into the defined names, and there is something called create from selection. Okay, when I give that, it will ask me 3 options or 4 options rather. Where from should I pick your names from? You wanted me to name them, right? Where should I pick these names from? Where have you given the columns their names? It is asking. Sometimes your table might be left to right. Generally, the tables that we work on is from top to bottom, right? The first line will be your heading row. Sometimes you might have your heading in the left side and the data will flow to the right. In that situation, you have to choose this option properly. Okay, so now in my scenario, there is only heading at the top, right? So I'm clicking only that table top row as the headings. Left column I'm removing because I don't have any names in the left column. Suppose if your table is from left to right, you can use left column and untick the top row option. Okay, now other 2 options are definitely not required for us at this point in time, but if you want, you can use them also. You can keep a heading anywhere inside the table. Okay, and when I click on OK, any of the 4 corners it is going to work. Now since I clicked OK, nothing it showed, right? It will throw an error only if there is an error. If there is no error, nothing will be shown to you. Okay, now if you go to this defined names and name manager, can you see all the column names have been created as named ranges here? Each of their columns with their respective column names have been created as a separate named range. Invoice number would have become invoice number here, probably invoice underscore number, right? Date would be taken as such. If there are 2 dates, then it will call it date 1, date 2. Like that, system will automatically create the names. You can use these things, but this is also too much, boss. I might have n number of tables.
So basically,
Yes.
column will become a name.
Yes, you don't have to remember them. You will know what data you are working with. You have to just recall the name and start using that particular column of data. But now even this is going to be problematic because I have 2 sheets of data here. Sales data is there, e-way bill data is there. How will I know what data is coming from where? Let's say both of them has got a state column. Whether the state details are picked from sales data or from the e-way bill data, how will I know? So that is problematic. So I'm going to go one step further. So first thing we saw was relative reference, which was a very simple thing, which we have already been using. Then we saw about absolute referencing. That was also not quite new to us. We have to add the dollar symbol. So I did not, explain it there. We have already been using it. Next two things that we saw is named range and named ranges using defined name functions. Now I'm going one step further. I'm going to convert the data into a table. What if I convert my data into a table? In the Excel file I have given you, I have already put them as table. Don't worry. You don't have to reconvert it. But if you want to reconvert and again do the table, I'll tell you how you have to do that also. But let's say you want to convert them into a full table and give it a name. Probably the sales data, I want to call this as a sales table. The e-way bill data, I want to call it as a e-way bill table. So that from that table, I can pick a relevant column. I can pick a relevant column and use it in my computations. So in that situation, what I should do, okay? Just take a look at this. Let me first delete all these things because I don't want too many referencing to, hinder our working. So I'm deleting all these things. Okay. Now I've selected this entire data, right? After selecting the data, go to your insert tab and you will find something called table, or you can alternatively use control T, right? This option will come up. If you closely look at this, the data I have already selected, so there's no problem there. Just look at that, checkbox at the bottom. It says whether you have a table header for your tables. If you have a table header, generally where will it be? What Excel assumes is at the top row. Excel assumes it. So if your table is other way around, please transpose it and then start working. Okay. Now I'm saying Excel that yes, it is in the top row. My table has got headers, which is my top row, first row, right? And when I click on OK, now you can see that nothing would have changed in my thing, but generally because I've already applied table and removed it just for the class purposes, it will convert into something like this. Okay, I'll show you how it will apply some kind of a color format. Okay, some kind of a color format. Okay, sorry, you would have it in blue and sky blue color in your Excel sheets, right? Now this is in a table format, don't worry. Okay, I'll tell you how I'm telling you that it is in table format. Now this will get converted into a different color format. Okay, so now let's say I'm using a no fill option. Okay, because I filled it with white just for classroom purposes. It will generally look like this in a blue color format. One line in dark blue, one line in light blue. First line alone will be pitch blue, complete pitch dark blue, something like that. And the font will be converted into a different color and all these things. Okay. Now here, for our convenience, now let me convert this color into white so that it becomes clearly visible. Okay. Now if you look at it, each of the alternate rows are highlighted in different colors because this will give you trace of which row you are working in. That is the important purpose of this, different colors, what we call as the banded colors. But if you look at it, filter is already added to it. Can you notice that? Filter is already added to it. The biggest advantage of this filter is that it has now unified your data into one set. This one set, one complete set of data will allow you to use this table itself dynamically wherever you want. Okay. So as soon as I create a table, I'll get a contextual tab. What is a contextual tab? It's a tab that will come up when you're working in a particular context, and it will not come when you're out of the context. Now let's say my cursor is somewhere inside the table, so it is showing me the table design tab. When I put my cursor outside the table, no, this tab is not going to come. Okay, just take a look at this. I put my cursor, let's say here, wherein there's no table. Now can you see the tab here? You can't see that, right? So this is a contextual tab. Now if you go to this contextual tab, there are a lot of things that you can use from this data. Okay. Now if you look at it, if you want to create a pivot table, you can do that. Then there are something called slices. I'll take you through all those things. But there is one important thing here, the table style options. Can you see that? I want you to try simultaneously because there may not be separate time for us to spare and do. But if you have a doubt, you stop me straight away. Don't worry. Now here, it will do many of those things that we are doing manually till date. There is something called this total row. Can you see that? Yeah. I select that total row. Now if you see, row is added now. Earlier this was not there, now it is added, right? Now this total row, okay, now let me keep it in white so that it becomes visible to us. Generally, when you have to do a sum function, what you will do is go and give the sum function, then get the data out, right? But now, let's say I want to do a sum function here. Let's say for the invoice value column, okay? Now, generally in an Excel sheet, when you have to find the invoice value column, what do you have to do? You have to go up or freeze the columns, then do. But take a look at this data now. Where are the column names? Gone. But instead, you would find your data's header there, which means this will give you the flexibility to roam around your data inside the table. Okay, you don't have to remember what my column number is. X column is invoice value, Y column is invoice value. All that headache is out. Now here I want to get the sum function. Just bring down this list box here. Okay, right, and you find the sum function here. Give enter. Sum is done. Let's say there is a text column. There is a text column. Okay, you want to know how many sales have happened. Okay, each line item is a separate sale, right? You want to know how many sales have happened. So you can go to text column, and if you need to get the total number of counts, what you have to do? What function you should use? Text column. Number column is count. Text column? No. Length is the number of characters. You have to use count A. Okay, you have to use count A. But this remembering all these functions, that by itself is a headache. Why should you remember all those things? Just click this list box here. Okay, do you find this count here? And there is count numbers separately. If you click on the count, it will give you the count of text. If you give count numbers, it will give you the count of number columns. Whatever text column is there, you will always find the alignment to the left side, and whatever number columns are there, you will always find the alignment to the right side. So you don't have to break your head. Any number column will always be aligned to the right side. Any text column will be aligned to the left side. So that itself is an indication whether I have to use count A or count in that particular scenario. Till this, any doubts? Any doubts till this? Any?
So is the count a distinct count?
Yeah, no. Not a distinct count. I'll come to that a little later. There's a separate function that has come out for that. Which one, sir? It has already been mailed to you, to your registered mail ID with ICAI from sirccp@icai.in. Yeah. See, count function is generally for number columns only, where the value inside the cells are only numbers. If there is a text or alphanumeric, you can't use a count function. You have to use a count A function. There's a function called count A. You have to use that to get the number of line items, right? Any doubts till this? Can I go to the next one? Now table has not stopped here. The biggest advantage of table is, whenever you are using them in cell references, it is no more going to call this as A1, A2, A3, all that. It is going to call them by their column names. For example, just take a look at this. I want to do let's say, I don't want the total row, I want to physically take the sum of a particular column. Okay. So, I am coming back to this invoice value column itself, equal to sum of, right? Now, just take a look at this. I selected the entire invoice value column data. Now look at the formula bar at the top. What is it saying? Is it saying X1, X6 to X106? No. It says table 1. What is this table 1? Table 1 is the name of the table. So now there is a problem. Which is table 1, which is table 2, I don't know. So I want to change the name of it. So before applying this formula, let me go inside the table and go to the table design tab. Can you find the name here? Table 1. I'll change this to sales. Now which means this table is the sales data table, right? I don't have to remember anymore what this name is. Just take a look at this. Equal to sum of sales. As soon as I give, can you see this entire table is coming up? Then use a box bracket to choose a particular column. Use a box bracket, okay? I'm opening up the box bracket. Can you see all the name of the columns are displayed here? Now what is the column for which I want the sum now? Invoice value. So let me start typing it. invoice number and invoice value are there. Let me choose invoice value. Keep your cursor on the invoice value column and give tab key. Okay, close the box bracket, right, and then close your 0 brackets, and you get the total of the invoice value column. How quick it is going to be? Just imagine, in the earlier instance, when we did this named ranges, it was very difficult for us to remember those names. But now if I give the table name, that itself is going to give me the list of columns inside the table. I don't have to remember anything. I just have to remember only the name of the table. So almost 90% of my work relating to the remembering of column cell references are removed. Only 10% is remaining. What is that? Remembering the table name.
So even if it is an eWay bill, the same.
Yes. I have to just give, instead of the sales table name, I have to give the eBay table's name, and I can choose a particular column from that table also and get the output. In any sheet of this workbook. It need not be only in that sheet. It can be done in any sheet of this workbook. You can bring out that column alone separately as an array also, like I already showed you. You can get the function or apply the function alongside the references and get the output also. Any doubts till now? Any doubts? Is the speed fine or should I increase it? Because I have a combination. I'll go at the same pace. So now let's go ahead with the next thing. I'm going to convert a table into a range. What should I do to convert a table into a range? Now this is a table. I want to bring it back to the normal Excel sheet. Can I do that? Yes. In the table design tab, which is the contextual tab that we saw here, okay, on the complete left side, can you see something called convert to range? If you click that, all the table formatting will be removed. Your data will become a normal data. Okay, but now I'm not going to do that. I've already done that. Now I'm recreating tables just to show you how tables should be created. Okay, in your Excel sheets already tables are present, so don't worry. If somebody don't want a table or they are comfortable with ranges, they might do it. But table is going to increase your file size significantly, at times. Okay. Now things are changing. Earlier we used to have a 4 GB system. Today the standard is 32 GB. So things are changing. You can definitely go ahead and use this, but ensure that you have a good RAM, at least 16 GB, when you are using the latest version of Excel. And most important thing is use the latest version of Excel. Don't use the older versions of Excel. I'll show you certain things from Copilot and other things where what we have been doing physically can be done by giving a prompt. Okay, you give a prompt and system will automatically create things for you. You don't have to remember functions, you don't have to remember any of the way in which you have to use it, but of course it comes at a cost. Okay, the cost is not exorbitant. It is about 2,000 rupees for 6 users. For 6 users, 2,000 rupees per month. Peanuts. If you look at the usage of it, when I show you that, you will get to know why I am telling you it's going to be peanuts. Okay, so this is fine. I'll now go to the eWay bill table and I'll also create that table to be a table of this format. Okay, I'm going to that sheet. Okay, so this is the table. Let me convert this table, data into a table, right? My data is converted here, and I can do whatever formatting I want over and above that. Okay, that's left to you. Now we will go into the first function, most important function, XLOOKUP. If you have Office 365 or Office 2022 and above Pro Edition, you will find this function in your system. Otherwise, you may not find it in your system. But one of the most important functions. Okay, that is why they have mailed you yesterday stating that you need to have Microsoft 365. If you don't have one, even now you can get it. Get a trial version. You have Microsoft Office, Excel and other things in your system, right? Use your mail ID and create a trial edition. It may not ask you for cards at this point in time. Even if it is there, you can give and cancel it later on. You have 30 days time. So in between you can go and cancel it. I'll leave the option to you. Okay. Now coming back to this XLOOKUP, what is this XLOOKUP? We have seen VLOOKUP, correct? Everybody knows about VLOOKUP. That is no more useful. Because VLOOKUP can look only vertically. HLOOKUP can look only horizontally. XLOOKUP can work both ways in the same function. In a same function, it can look at the data vertically, it can look at the data horizontally. And even more, The advantages of XLOOKUP is that you can use a variety of functions within XLOOKUP, because XLOOKUP is converted into an array function. In the sense, generally when you want to get an output of multiple columns, what do you have to do? You have to do VLOOKUP for every column separately, right? Then they brought in VLOOKUP with array also. I am not sure how many of you know that. If you use a flower bracket for the column index number, there are 4 parameters in that: lookup value, lookup array, column index number, and type of match. In the column index number, if you put a flower bracket and give multiple column names followed by commas, it will get you that many columns as output. That array function was built in VLOOKUP itself. But rather than using VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP is going to be much more comfortable, because there is one important drawback in VLOOKUP. That drawback is the lookup value should be the first column of your lookup array. You remember that? Whatever value you are looking up for, that should be the first column of your lookup array. If you are not starting your table from that column, lookup is not going to work at all. But XLOOKUP does not want that. Your lookup array can be a separate array that can be placed anywhere within the table. Are we clear? So can we see an example of that, how this is going to work? Yeah. So I want the taxable value for this invoice number, only the taxable value. Okay. I want the taxable value for this particular invoice number. How am I going to get that? Just take a look at this. Okay. Equal to XLOOKUP, right? The lookup value is what you are searching for. I am searching for this invoice number. Increase the size? Yeah, very much, ma'am. Yeah. So equal to XLOOKUP. Now is it visible? Yeah. Equal to XLOOKUP. Then the lookup value, the first parameter lookup value, that is my invoice number that I am searching for. Then it asks for lookup array. Lookup array is the data table in which I am searching for this value. That is where, in which sheet in our scenario? It's in the sales sheet, right? Let's go to the sales sheet. And if you look at the invoice value column, it is the first column. Okay. I am going to select only this column. In VLOOKUP, what you used to do, you used to select all the data till the resultant data, correct? But here I am not going to do that. I am going to select only that invoice value column. This is the reason why I told you XLOOKUP does not require your invoice number to be the first column of your table. Okay. So I am going to select only this. I am not going to select anything else, right? Only the invoice value column as my lookup array. Can you find at the top? First thing I selected was the lookup value, then the lookup array is only that invoice number column. Then the third thing, if you look at this is the return array, right? Return array is the output column I want. The output column is the invoice value column, right? So let me go to the invoice value column. Okay. Now this is the column. I am selecting this column also, right? So I have given lookup value, I have given the lookup array, then I have given the return array. Now all the other parameters are optional in the syntax. If you look at the syntax, they are put within box brackets. Can you see them? If not found, match mode, search mode, all of them are in box brackets. Any syntax that has got a parameter in a box bracket is a optional parameter. You don't have to give them mandatorily. But if you give them, you may get your results differently. If you don't give them, Excel will assume it to be default. Excel will assume it to be default. For example, in XLOOKUP, if something is not found, like VLOOKUP, it will also give an NA error, not available error. Okay. Now let's say I don't want that. I want the system to tell me that the invoice number is wrong, or there is a mistake in invoice number. This is the error I want to display. Then in that situation, instead of stopping my function here, I can give a comma and give this error within double quotes. Okay. Now let's say within double quotes I am saying wrong invoice number. Okay, let's say I want to add this as my error message. Then these are the different types of matches. What are the different types of matches? Now I have got exact match. Exact matches like what we had in VLOOKUP. Then you have something called exact match or smaller item. There we had only one option. In Excel, VLOOKUP had only one option, 0 and 1. 0 is for exact match, 1 is for approximate match. It may pick a larger or a smaller item, we don't know. But here I can prefer to take a smaller item or a larger item as per my choice. Okay. And then there is something called wildcard match. What is this wildcard match? I will come to that little later. Okay. And finally there is rejects match. I will come to that also little later. Okay. These two things you have understood? Yeah. Now what I am going to do? I am going to use the exact match here, and I am going to use or ask the system to search in two different ways. One is I can ask the system to search from first to last, which is the default method, or I can ask it to search from last to first, okay, which we did not have in VLOOKUP, or I can ask the system to convert all these values to binary, and in the binary go from first to last, or in the binary go from last to first. Generally the last two we may not need, the first two is something which may need, right? So I am going to keep it as a default option again here. I am going to keep it as first to last. Okay. And when I close the bracket, I am going to get the answer. The last three parameters are completely optional. Okay. Now let's say I am giving a wrong invoice number. Generally you will get an error, right? If you are using VLOOKUP, you should have combined it with if error function. Now here I am not using the if error function, I am directly using the XLOOKUP function. Inside the XLOOKUP function itself, I have given what I want the system to do. Clear? Any doubts on this? So the function, what I have given, XLOOKUP, the lookup value, the lookup array, then followed by the return array, right? Now you might have a doubt whether XLOOKUP is working only because I have kept invoice value, invoice number column as the first column of my data. Okay. Now let me just juggle the table and show you. It is not going to change because of that. Okay. Let me cut this column. Okay. Let me paste it here. Okay. I changed it completely, right? Now I have changed it completely. Still I am getting the values properly. The reason is because it will take only that particular column as my input for lookup array, not the entire table. Are we clear? Yeah. So any doubts till this in XLOOKUP? Very simple baby step of XLOOKUP. What error? I think you have selected the entire table. Sales all it shows, no? Don't select everything. You select only that that invoice number column as your array. Name error. That's because I think you don't have XLOOKUP in your machine, sir. You don't have a XLOOKUP function in your machine. That's why you are getting that name error. First I thought you would have given the table names wrongly, but function is not there. Any doubts? Those who have the XLOOKUP, have you tried it? Have you tried it? Any doubts on that? Okay, I am going one step ahead. Okay. Now I got this one column as output, but unfortunately I have a problem now. My problem is I have an invoice number, but one of the numbers in the invoice number is not known to me. For example, let us say it is invoice number 100. There is 00, but that number 1 is not clear. Somebody gave me a printout or something, I have converted into Excel. Some mistake has happened, that number 1 is lost. Okay. Can I still use XLOOKUP to find out the solution? Okay. There are invoice numbers here, right? The invoice numbers are here. Invoice number 1 to 100 is there. Okay. Now I have a problem that I don't remember my invoice number, only one character of that invoice number. Okay, some problem, some issue happened. Okay, so here it is showing some exclamatory 00 something like that. Okay, this is how it came out as a data because they have converted from PDF to Excel or whatever. Okay, now in this situation, can I still use XLOOKUP? Okay, yes. What you have to do is only one character is missing. You know that very clearly, right? Change that into a question mark. I'm going very slow because I want you to try this simultaneously, those who have the facility to try. Okay, I'm changing that one value, one character which I don't know as a question mark, right? Then what I'm doing, I'm coming to this, instead of using the exact match, I'm choosing the wildcard character match. Can you see the difference? Instead of 0, I'm choosing 2. Okay, 0, 1, minus 1, 2 and 3. There are different options here. Can you, if you take a look at this, 0, minus 1, 1, 2 and 3, right? I'm using option number 2 here. Okay, I'm using option number 2 here. I'm getting some number. I'm not sure whether this is correct. Okay, let me go and ask the system, instead of invoice value, tell me what is the invoice number itself. Okay, tell me the invoice number itself, and it is throwing me that number 100. Yeah, yeah. Now let's say I have one more bigger issue. I have multiple characters missing. Okay, let's say for example this 2024, I'm not sure whether it is 24 or 25 or 14, that itself was a problem. Okay, but this 100 is clear, but here I don't know after 2 what came, 3 characters or 4 characters or 5 characters, something is missing. I can replace that with a star mark. Where only one character was missing, I used question mark. Now multiple characters are missing, so I'm using a star mark and still my output didn't change. Can you see that? Because in wildcard character match, Excel can refill a question mark with a single character and a star mark with multiple characters. Clear with this? Any doubts on this? Yeah, this is called wildcard character match. I'll go through that again. If only one character of your text is missing, okay, because of that you are not able to get your output, replace that one character. For example, I have 202, but this I do not know whether it is 24 or 25. Replace that with a question mark. Okay, and instead of using the exact match, I'm going to use what? Wildcard character match. Okay, in the type of match, I'm going to use wildcard character match. Okay, and if more than one character is missing, then you can replace that with a star mark, or you do not know how many characters are missing, then replace it with a star mark, and Excel is going to take care of that. Right? This is called the wildcard character match. Any doubts till this? Any doubts? So if you have a system, please try it simultaneously, then only you will get a grip over it. Multiple times trying it is important. The moment we leave this hall, 50% will be gone. Tomorrow, another 50. Then complete. Yeah. So any doubts till now? Yeah, it will work. It is not case sensitive. Yeah. It is not going to be case sensitive. It will still work. I will give you one more regex method, then you will understand it is even more efficient. Yes, sir. Just come to this 0. This 5th parameter. Yeah. This has to be changed to 2. No, neither of them are case sensitive. But the problem comes when your data has something embedded into it. I'll probably take you through trim function that will solve all those issues where you are not able to get an output. That's because some spaces are there, things like that. Only you will not get an output. But if it is a change in case, it is not going to affect your output. It will still work. Yes, ma'am. You can replace it with star mark still. Yeah. So now I'm going one step further in this XLOOKUP. We got only one column as output, right? I want the entire row as an output. I want the entire row related to that as an output. I want an array output. Okay. what am I going to do there? Okay. So let me come back to this invoice number 25 or whatever I had originally. Okay, 45, right? So instead of this, I want from the taxable value column till the invoice value column, right? I want so many columns as output, right? So here I am starting with the XLOOKUP function again, lookup value, and then the lookup array, which is my invoice number column, till this same. But in the third step, my output is going to be from taxable value column till invoice value, right? So let me go to the taxable value column, and from here I am going to need till invoice value column. So I am going to select that entire table as my return array, right? Then other things are going to remain the same. I am not choosing anything, I am keeping it at default. Okay. Now you take a look at this. This entire column has come out as output, but it is an array output. Why? Because only the first value has got the formula. In other things, all the formulas grayed out. Can you see? So I can get multiple columns as output without using the array parameter function, which is the flower bracket. I am not using that. Straight away, I will be getting the output. Any doubts till this? I am going little slow. We need to pick up some speed. 16 no XLOOKUP, sir. XLOOKUP came only in 2021. So 22 edition onwards you will have XLOOKUP, not before that. Sir, my suggestion would always be have the latest version of Excel. Otherwise we are going to be outdated. Not even last year's. Not even last year's. Because daily updates are coming. Daily, literally daily. Something or the other every month they are adding. When we go to next few functions, no, you will understand why I am telling you that. So any doubts till this? I will go to the next step, wherein if you look at the customer name, it is given as Sharma Enterprises. Okay, I think I've changed it. In your file, invoice number would be second and customer name would be the other way around. Okay. There is one important function in Windows. Have you used this window V? Have you tried this window and V? It's a clipboard function. You can use within Windows. One of the only differences I find where Windows is better than Mac is this, nothing else. Okay, if you press window and V, let's say start button and V, all those copied data will be residing here. You can go and pull it back anytime you want. Okay, you don't have to go back again copy, all that is not required. Okay, first time you have to turn it on. Once you give window V, it will say whether you want to turn on. Please turn it on. That is one of the important functions which we need to have enabled in our Windows. In all your PCs it will work, Windows. Yeah. So this is going to be invoice number and this is going to be, see, I am just selecting it and giving enter. So system will automatically recall those texts and other things, right? So now here Sharma Enterprises is there, but unfortunately if you look at your sales data, the first name and last name are in separate columns. Can you notice them? They are in two different columns, right? They are not in the same column, correct? Can I use XLOOKUP in such a situation without tampering my original data? I cannot add a column here, but I have to still use XLOOKUP, still get the output. Is it possible? So we are going to try that. Okay, so please try simultaneously. Any doubts, please stop me. Okay, so I am going to the sheet, XLOOKUP sheet, equal to XLOOKUP, right? The lookup value is Sharma Enterprises, correct? But unfortunately, my lookup array are in two different columns, correct? And there is a space in between first name and last name. But in my data, there will not be any space, correct? So I have to add a space. Do you remember the concatenate parameter? What is that? Adding two cells. What is the symbol we use for concatenation? And symbol. I am going to use that here now. Okay. So just take a look at this. I am going to the sales data table, choose the first name column, and within double quotes a space, one space within double quotes, because Sharma space Enterprises was the name, right? So I have given a double quote, then one space and again double quote,
then again and then choose the last name. So first I chose the first name column, then I gave an and symbol, within double quotes one space bar, again and symbol, and then the last name. Now I want whatever output. I can go and choose the columns that I want as output. In this case we had from the taxable value column till the invoice value column, right? So I am choosing till that, and I will be getting the output for Sharma Enterprises. If you have a doubt, we can go back and check. So it was Sharma Enterprises, right? So first line, right? Sharma Enterprises, taxable value is 1,25,000. Taxable value here is also 1,25,000. So the function I gave here was first name and symbol. Yes, no issue, sir. So within double quotes you add a space bar and then another and symbol, and I am concatenating the last name. If I don't use this within XLOOKUP, how would it look like? Okay, if I just use this first name and last name column in a formula, what will your result look like is going to be something like this. Just take a look at this. Equal to, I am giving first name and last name, right? Can you see this? It has concatenated all those values, right? Then it is searching for the value that I am asking it to search for, right? So look at the importance of the array functions now. Yeah, it can do so many things, right? It can remember which line I have to combine with which line. If it jiggles it, then it is not going to work. But still, the array function is so effective. Why I told you it is going to be the need of today? This is it. Okay. Any doubts on this? I have given the solution and also the function that I have used in your Excel sheet. Okay. Probably if you have worked on it now, re-download the file again, and when you want to try it, you can try it, because I have given the solution also there. You can go ahead and try it once at your home also, right? Next thing is the filter function. This is another important array function I am telling you. Early days when you used to use filter, no, you have to apply the filter, then only that data will be available. If I have to add a second condition, then it becomes a problem. We started using advanced filter. Now all that are removed. This is an absolute I would say a very great function which you can use left, right, center in any of your data. And there is another function called pivot by and group by. Okay, I am not going to take you through that today, but if possible I try to share some content on it. But this pivot by and group by will remove that strains of doing a pivot table using the GUI. You can create a pivot table by just using the pivot by function. There is a function called pivot by, equal to pivot by. Okay, so we have gone long way ahead as far as Excel is concerned. So kindly stay with me. It might feel little over and above your head at times. Please stop me then. Let's take a small break, then continue, because that is required. Okay, because I am going to go a little faster from here. Okay, so how am I going to use the filter function? So equal to filter straight away, right? I want from the invoice number column all the columns here. See, I have taken all the columns here, right? So equal to filter, and my condition to filter was I have to filter out all the sales made to Tamil Nadu, right? That is the condition. Get the list of interstate sales for Tamil Nadu, right? So equal to filter, right? It asks for the array. Array means your output. You are going to give your output first. You are going to give your output first. So I am going to the table, sales table. I am selecting the entire table, right? I am selecting the entire table except the total column. Fine, right? Then give a comma, right? Then what I want is the state should be equal to Tamil Nadu. So I will go to the state column. I will go to the state column. I am going to select only the state column here, right? And this should be equal to the value that I have given here. Okay, you can give E4 for that matter. Okay, and done. Okay, even if you don't add this filter, it is going to work, don't worry. Yeah, so you look at the formula, what I have given, First I gave the output, what all columns I want as output I have given, then I am giving the condition. If you don't want the entire table, you want only a particular set of columns, you can choose that also, and give a condition, which columns value should be equal to what. So generally you go and apply a filter, right, in a particular column, that way you go and apply this, the state column should be equal to Tamil Nadu. That is what I have done here, I have got my output straight away. Yeah, any doubts with this? Might look very simple, but unless you try, you may not be able to understand. That's it. One minute. Remoting elevation. Yes. Yes, ma'am. What was the route?
I think somewhere in this all it is showing.
Yeah, I think you have taken including the headings.
Yeah.
You need not pick the headings.
Okay, only the.
Yes. So don't choose your headings when you are choosing this data. When you are choosing the table, no, don't use headings again, because that will interrupt your results. I have not used the entire table. If you look at the sales table, I have chosen only from the first row of my data. I have chosen from here A6, okay, and gone till A105, and on the other side till the last column, payment date column, right. I have not chosen the heading row or the total row. Please try it. No, nothing. If you cut and paste it somewhere, it is going to still work. If you are going to, copy the data and alone put it somewhere, then it is going to create a problem. If you are going to cut the entire column, paste it somewhere else, it is still going to work. You will not find any issues. Which one, sir? E4 was my filter sheets, that cell which has got Tamil Nadu inside it. Someone. Yes, sir. Equal to. This should be equal to. State should be equal to. Just come here. No, that's fine. So here you have to mark this as equal to. State should be equal to that this cell, no. Any doubts for anyone else? Just type sales. Then it should come. Oh, you can go and select it also. Don't choose the header. Choose from the first row that contains data. Yeah. Yes. Right. If you are choosing header, it will say sales all. Sales all means including heading. Sales within bracket, it will show hash all. If it shows that, you have chosen the heading or the total row. Don't choose that. Don't choose the heading or the total row. Whenever you want an output, you choose only the output values. No need to choose the heading anywhere. Till now, whatever I have used, I have not used the header anywhere. Have you seen? For my XLOOKUP or this, I have never used my heading column or heading row anywhere. Yeah, so if this is fine, I am going to go one step further in this. Okay. There is a dot operator concept in Excel. Okay. Whenever you are using VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP, generally when there is no value for lookup, it will return any error, correct? Yeah. But I want the lookup to stop if it finds a blank cell in the lookup value column. I want Excel to stop when it finds a blank cell in the lookup value column. Then I will use a dot operator. This is one of the latest concepts. They are coming up with both side dot operators. I am going to teach you only one side dot operator, which is available now, right now. Okay. The both side dot operators are yet to be implemented. It is only in the beta versions, but it is a little more advanced function where the first cell and the last cell both can be trimmed. Okay. Now we call this as trim reference dot operator. The reason why we do that is, it is going to trim the cell references when it finds a blank. Okay, when it finds a blank. So how this is going to work and how we are going to use it, I will go to the next sheet, which is the trim reference dot operator sheet. Just come to this worksheet, trim reference dot operator. I have got 3 columns here, right? I mean 3 rows of data here, right? But if I add some data to the fourth row, the value should be picked and automatically result should come, but I am going to apply my formula only once, okay, only once. So just take a look at this, equal to XLOOKUP, right? When I am looking up, I am going to select the entire set of cells. Even though they are blank cells, I am selecting them, right? This is my lookup value. Now I have given my input as array. My output cannot be array. Please understand, when my input is array, output cannot be an array. Output has to be single cell, because you will end up in a loop. Yeah, array of array concepts. I will come to the array of array concepts next sheet. Okay, there is a small jiggle where we can use a different kind of function to get the output. Still, like how we use match and index functions, no? There is something called xmatch function. We are going to use that to get the output. But as of now, I am not going to get into that loop. I am going to use it straight away like one input array for which one output value should be identified. Input array, but one input, one output. Okay. So lookup value is taken, and the lookup array is going to be my invoice number column, right? I am not choosing the header. Every time, if you see carefully, I will choose only the values, okay? And my output is going to be, let's say I want the invoice value, right? That was what the requirement was. So let me go to the invoice value column and choose that, right? And now, if you see here in all these places, since the value are not there, it is showing an NA error, correct? I want the Excel to stop the function when it finds a blank lookup value. Then what I am going to do, just take a look at this. A6 to A15 we have given, no? After this colon, I am going to add a dot. After the colon, I am going to add a dot. And now, you take a look at this. Just take a look at this. After the colon, I am adding a dot. Now you understand how the dot operator is working? Yeah. After the colon, I am adding a dot, and automatically system will stop whenever A6 or A7 becomes blank. Now let's say I have an invoice number here. Will I get the output? Yes. But I will also get the output of NA error for the one blank cell in between also. So for every blank cell in between, it cannot stop. Once it stops forever. It will stop. It will technically stop. But till that reference that I have given till A15. So it has to run till A15. It cannot stop anywhere in between. So don't leave unnecessary blanks. When you are using this dot operator, don't leave unnecessary blanks. Keep it proper. Okay. Keep your lookup value column proper. Now you have understood this. Trim is, I am trimming the unnecessary blank rows here, sir. Yeah, so that I don't get the NA error. And my input is an array. So I can give the formula only in one cell and get output for all the cells. I have given my formula input only in this cell, but I am going to get the XLOOKUP's value in all the cells against that, so that I don't have to redo the function again and again. Otherwise we have to copy and paste it every time, no? So that headache is gone. The other side dot is after A6 we will keep a dot. Now that will start from the beginning. Suppose let's say 5 lines are blank at the top. 6th row only has got the data. Then it will start at the 6th row. Function will start at the 6th row. So that's in beta as of now. But this one you can use it. If you are having that 365. If you have used XLOOKUP, this will also work. There are two-way operators, sir. This is one-way dot operator. There is two-way dot operator. After A6, if I keep a dot, okay, that will start the XLOOKUP function only from the first value that first cell that contains value, rather than taking all the blank cells. So both ways you can trim. No, that is not yet out. That is in beta version. Any doubts? No, sir, now both the places it won't work. That's what I am saying. Only one dot operator is working as of now. The other one is in the beta version. You have to go to the Microsoft 365 Insider edition to try that. Okay, there's a separate edition called Microsoft Insider. If you get that, you can try. Any doubts till now? Shall I go to the next one? Array of array. Now here only one column's value I got as output. I want multiple columns value as output. What can I do? Okay. I'm going to use a combination of functions. One is called xmatch, other one is called choose rows. Okay. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Only one will come out as output, sir. First one. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. So now let's say I want multiple columns from, let's say, from taxable value till invoice value. I want all the columns as output, but I want to give my input as an array. My input is an array, my output should also be an array. Can that be possible? Is not possible with XLOOKUP. It won't give you the output, okay, because looping will happen. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try it with different set of functions. First thing, the inbound function, then I'll come to the outbound function. The inbound function is called xmatch. Okay, what this xmatch will try to do is it will get you the row numbers or the column numbers. Okay, let's say this invoice number 9. This invoice number 9 is present in which row of a particular set of data can be taken out. Okay, so equal to xmatch. So let me increase the size of the font. If you have any difficulty, please let me know. If you have not understood something, please stop me there. Equal to xmatch. Okay, my lookup value is the invoice number 9 here, right, or invoice number 40 or invoice number 73, whatever, right, and my lookup array is going to be inside this table, in the sales table from the invoice number column, right, and the type of match I want to do is exact match, and the search mode has to be first to last. I can use both these things, and if you see that I am getting an output where there is invoice number 9, I am getting row number 9, invoice number 40 is row number 40, 73 and 73. How come? Because I selected only from A6. I did not select from A1. Okay, when I was selecting, I selected from A6. But suppose your invoice numbers are juggled, then it will get you the relevant row number, nothing to worry. Now I don't want this. I want the entire 9th row from the invoice value column till the payment date. I want an output there, correct? So I want system to get me the output of row number 9 for a particular set of column. Okay, so there I am going to use something called choose rows. Okay, choose rows, and then I go to a particular array. Now my array is from what? From the invoice value column, correct? So from the invoice value column, 4 columns I want as output, correct? I give this and give row number 9. If I give row number 9, it is going to get me row number 9 as output. Can you see this? Now I gave these two functions separately. Please understand, I have not combined them yet. Okay, I have not combined them yet. I am keeping these two functions separately. First I did xmatch. I got a row number and I wanted to get output of 4 specific columns of that particular row number as my output, and it got me that output, right? Now if I do that here, it is going to get me, so instead of 9, what I can do, I can give the cell reference number also, right? It is getting me that output. Now I am going to combine these two functions one shot. What am I going to do? Just take a look at this. Let me delete these things. Equal to choose rows, right? Fine. Sorry, choose rows. The array is known to me. The array is nothing but from the invoice value column till the payment date, right? And what should be my row number? I am going to call in the xmatch function now. Okay, xmatch of lookup value, which is going to be this, comma, lookup array is going to be my invoice number column, right? Right? Now here instead of giving A1, A6, I can give A6 to A15 and use one minute. So again I can use the dot operator also here. So if I want I can use the dot operator also here. Okay, I have not used it. So A6 to A8, I forgot to mention that A6 to A15 also I can have and use the dot operator here also. So what I am going to do here, I am going to, instead of using this B6, I am going to use the xmatch function. Okay, xmatch. Okay, and I have to trim the lookup value, right? So this is going to be my function and I am going to trim it only to the extent of data available, and then my lookup array is going to be my invoice columns. I'll better give fresh, that is better, because at times no. Yeah, equal to choose rows. Okay, the array is going to be, the invoice value column till the payment date, right? And in row number is going to be xmatch, and the lookup array here, the lookup value is here going to be this in with dot operator, because there are empty rows, otherwise it will give me an error, followed by the lookup array where it is to be looked into, which is my invoice number column. Right? Yeah. If you apply the xmatch separately, it is going to get you the row number. If you are going to apply choose row separately, you have to give the row number what you want to get as output. I am combining these two, but I am using the dot operator inside xmatch. I am not using it inside choose rows, because choose rows are output. I don't have a problem there. Where should I restrict the input? In the xmatch. So I have restricted using dot reference operator. If you don't use the dot reference operator, you will get an error. Just take a look at this. If I don't use that, I'll get an error. If I use that, it will restrict my output, because it will never know where to stop, right? So I need to tell it where to stop, right? So any doubts in this? I have given the solution also at the bottom. I want you to try it back at home. It might take some time, some difficulty might be there, but try it. Any doubts till now? We will take a 15-minute break, come back and then continue. Okay? Fine. When you want multiple inputs, multiple outputs. Here my input is all these invoice numbers, no? My output is also multiple, columns values. So I want all these columns value in one go. But my input should also be, an array. My output is also an array. Then you have to use the choose rows or choose columns along with xmatch. Input is also multiple array. I mean, it's an array. Input is also an array, right? Because I started from A6 till A15. That was also an array. So both sides I've used an array. Any doubts? Can we go for a break and come back? Please. Whatever I've given you in that Excel sheet. You can try it on your own. That is very simple thing. Okay. Now this text join function, or I call it text functions. Text has now got multiple functions. Earlier we used to have left, right, mid. That was the only thing that was available. But now you have got something called text join, text split, text before, text after. All these things are out there now. One of the most beautiful function I would tell you. Okay, just take a look at this. No, now this is the list of some customer names. First name, middle name, last name. Now generally when you use the concat function, what would happen? you have to give spaces. So there will become multiple spaces if there is no middle name, correct? But now I am going to use a text join function wherein it will ensure that it is not going to add any extra spaces if there is a blank cell in between. Okay, just take a look at this. So equal to text join, okay, right? So I will just maximize this a little bit. Equal to text join, right? And now there are these three columns, right? But before that, first I have to give the delimiter. The delimiter should be given within double quotes. So I will give double quotes and a space bar, right? Which means any cell will be followed by a space bar, then the next cell's value, then the space bar, then the next cell's value. Like that it is going to come. Okay. Then what I am going to do, whether I want to ignore the empty cells, I have to specify that. If I say yes, then automatically if a cell is empty, the cell and delimiter for that both will be ignored. Okay. Then the array, what I want as output, okay, A6 to C6. Now take a look at this. Yeah, if I use the concatenate function, okay, if I use concat function, okay, I have to give the text, comma, then within double quote space, then comma, then the text 2, right, then again comma, then the space bar, then again comma, then the last text, like this I have to do, right. But now when I am doing like this, okay, first row no problem, look at the second row now, look at the Patel and the trading, the space in between those two, there is a double space when I use the concat function, but look at my text join function. Yeah, same way I told you about text split. Yeah, so there is a text split, so text split, right. I can give the text and I can give the delimiter what I have to use to, split the text. Now I have hidden the other columns, so you may not be able to view them, okay. But if you look at it now, can you see the result? Yeah. Now let's say you want this in a column, then you can use by columns, by call, and you can use the function and get the output in an array. I think because it's a text function, it is not working, it's showing a calculation error. If it's a number function, you can get the output in a column rather than in a row. So you can use that also, but let's try these two things first, text join and text split, okay. I think it's very simple function. Even this would be available only in the latest version of Excel. If you are using the older version of Excel, it may not be available. Can I move to the next one? This is very simple, but this you will need daily, because whenever we have some data wherein you have to identify the duplicates, what you do? Conditional formatting, then select duplicates, and then you will immediately do what? Remove duplicates. When you remove duplicates, your original data is tampered, gone, correct? I want my original data, but still I want the unique values to be taken out separately. I want my original data, I also want my unique values to be taken out separately. How can I do that? Okay, there is a new function called unique. This function itself is called unique. Okay, how this function is going to work? Just take a look at this. Equal to unique, and then I am giving the array. No other thing is to be specified. Okay, because other two are only optional parameters. And can you see? Yeah. Only the unique state names have been pulled out, right? You can try some ABCDs and try this unique quickly, just to try. Those who have the option to try it, you can try it with some ABCDs. Put some ABCDs with some duplicates and try this unique function. See if it is working. So what I have used there, equal to unique, and then the array what I want, from which I have to get the output. Okay, it is showing me all the unique cell values. Now let's say I want them to be sorted alphabetically. I want them to be sorted. Now it is in some random format in which it is found in the data. I want it to be sorted alphabetically, then I can combine the unique function with the sort function. Okay, so I am going to copy this unique function. Okay, I'm going to combine sort with unique. Just take a look at this, equal to sort followed by the unique function. Okay. The array is going to be unique of so and so value, and I can give sort index. If you have multiple columns, then instead of sorting based on first column, you can choose to sort based on the second column also. If you are sorting multiple columns now, instead of choosing to sort by first column A, B, C, D, you can choose to sort by second columns values in the format, and sort order is ascending or descending, 1 and minus 1. Okay. By default it is 1, it is going to be ascending A to Z, or 1 to 10, or it will be oldest to newest. Okay. So both these things I am not giving. Even if you do not give anything here, it is going to work, so do not worry. Can you see them now? They are alphabetically arranged. Yeah. Now let me extend this function one more level. I want only those values that are completely unique. There is no duplicate for that number or that name or that state. Okay. I want the state which was never repeated in the list of state names, which only has a unique value once. Okay. In that case, in the unique function itself, you have an option. Okay. I will go to the unique function, and can you see this last parameter called exactly once? This one, the last parameter. Just take a look at this last parameter, now exactly once. I am going to use that and keep it as true. Okay. When I do that, it will give me only those state names which have never got repeated in your entire set of data. Okay. These names have never repeated anywhere, they have come only once. That comma is because it will ask by column or by row option. Generally you have to use the by row option, we are not using the column option, so we skipped that. Then we went to the next option, which is whether I want exactly once or all the values. If you keep it default, it will be taken as false. If you give true, then it will give you values that were not found with any set of duplicates. Yeah. No sir, by column you should not give true, because by column is, this is by row. If you want to go by this way, then it is by column. So I am skipping that by giving another comma. Then choose return items only exactly once. So I am skipping this value in between because my data is in rows. If my data is in columns, then I have to choose by column. Okay, because this function can work both ways. Sorry sir. Because you do not find any unique in this, because everything is repeated, no? Okay. So it cannot find a completely unique value. Any doubts till this? With this we have completed Excel, basics of data analytics in Excel, but there are few more functions like date function. Whenever you are working on a date, okay, you want end of the month, what you will do? End date of the same month, what you will do? Let us say there is a date, current date is there. What is the date today? 11, right? Because these are the functions that you might need anytime. Okay, there is a current date here. I want last day of this month, EVO month. I want 7th of next month. TDS payment, sir. 7th of next month, what should we do? Okay, how to apply EVO month? First I will tell you. EVO month, okay, and I am giving the start date, and I want the end of same month, correct? So if I give 0, it will give end of the same month. What is this 45,961? Any idea? That is something got to do with the 2K problem. If you know that, you can answer this. Any idea? Any idea? No. No. The formatting you leave. What is the inference? Just take a look at this. Okay. 0 means if you are converting it to date, it is 0001/1900, which means what? That is the 0 point. You remember the 2K problem? Those who qualified in 2000 to 2015, you would know this 2K problem, right? Why 2K problem? That is this. The resolution for that was this. In a computer, you cannot give a date before 1/1900, not at all possible. I'll show you how also. Just take a look at this. Look at the alignment of the date. Which side it is? Right side. What I told you at the beginning, right side means numbers. So technically, today is 45,961st day from 0001/1900. Now you understand how computer works this? So if you want to identify difference between two dates, what you should do? This date minus that date will give you the number of days difference. You get? If you want to include both days, just add 1 to that. You want somebody landed in India on let's say 1/1/25, okay, 1/1/25, and they left on 11/10/25. You should include both ends. But generally what will happen, if you give this minus this, it will give you 283 days. You add plus 1. Both days included. Job done, right? Now, if I want to give a date, let's say 31/12/1899, is it recognizing? It won't. It won't. Why? Because it's not a recognized date. Now, let's say I wanted the end of the month, so it has given me a date here, okay? It has given me a date here. I want 7th of next month. I already told you that this is only stored as numbers, correct? You just add plus 7 after the end of the formula, you will get 7th of next month. So every time you want next month 7th, next month 7th for a particular date, what do you have to do? Apply the EVO formula and add plus 7 to that. So you are going to end up having the due dates. Okay. I want end of next month, not end of this month. I want end of next month. Then instead of 0, you give 1. It will give you 30th November. Yeah. So let's say 45 days credit period. You don't have to break your head. This plus 45 over. I want 45 days inclusive. Then add one more 1 to this. You will understand why that 1 was given. If you add it as 46, you will not remember. If you add it as 45 plus 1, then you will know, okay, I have added one more day because both days are inclusive. Okay. So that way we can minimize our work when we are working on dates. Okay. Any doubts in this? But when there is a wrong date, how to convert? I am not going into that because that might take some time. Okay. We will see that in a different occasion, but I am going to show it to you with Power Query. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There is something called weekday option, weekday international and weekday. You can use those functions. Yes, sir.
Say for year end we are putting 31st March.
Ah.
Every plus, if you put 365, it will be coming.
Yeah.
When it is coming for leap year, how do you have to do?
Leap year system will automatically take it, sir. Where you cannot do this 364. That is where the problem is. Yes. That is where you will get the problem because EO month will take only end of that month. If you go by EO month, then you can give plus 12, plus 24 like that, then it will work. But if you are going by, plus 365, it is not going to work. There is a work day function, sir, work days. Can you see this work day function? Work day international. So work day means the US rule. Work day international means configurable. Parameters are self-explanatory. You can use these functions to get it done. Okay. Okay, I'll try to show you. Okay. See, let's say there are 2 days. This is 110 to, let's say 110 to 1110, let's take. Okay. First working day of the month. I don't remember it now, but I have done it. I don't recall it straight away. But this function which you asked work day, no, I can give the start days and then let's say I want the work to be completed within 7 working days. Let's say I can give from first 7 days which means it is going to take international rule, which is Saturday and Sunday to be holiday, and it will give me 10/10. Yeah. If I want workday international, then in that case, okay, start days, end days, and I can specify the weekend also, how many days of weekend, okay, whether Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like this. There are multiple options. I can choose that option and get my output. If you have specific holidays, you can add that also. Let's say there is a puja holiday in between, first and second were holiday. If you want to add that, then give the comma, use the fourth parameter to add specific number of holidays which you have anything in between. Okay. That first of the month I will try to recall and tell you. I don't get it straight away, but I will tell you. So till this, any doubts? Then we have two more important things, which is Power Query and Power Pivot. Completely away from what we have seen till now. Okay, complete advanced, but not difficult. Very easy to use, and convenience of usage is, will be highly appreciated when you start using it. Okay. Now let me go back to the sheet what I have given you. I have something called the Power Query Excel sheet here, right? Please open that sheet. Same data there. Okay. It is not in table form. It's a normal form, right? It's a normal text form. Okay. So let that sheet be there. Now let me go to this Power Query sheet of my Excel workbook, workshop workbook. Okay. Now here I am going to import that data from that Excel sheet called Power Query. Okay. So let me go to the data tab, get data from file, and there is something called from Excel workbook. Now this will work from websites also. I will take you to that little later. Let's complete this, then go there. Okay. I am selecting from Excel workbook. Sir, that first of the month you use -1, no? In EO month you use -1. It will work. Now I am pointing this to that Excel sheet called Power Query. Okay, let me go to the desktop where I have stored my files, and I am using this Power Query file. Okay, and I am asking the system to import it. But before that, one important mistake I did is I put my cursor in the first row. Don't put it in the first row, put it a little below. Okay, so that your data will be imported there. Wherever your cursor is, that is where your data is going to be imported. So let me put my cursor in the right place, from file, from Excel workbook, and then I am choosing the Power Query sheet. Okay. Once I choose the sheet, can you see the two worksheet names there? What is the table you want to import? I want to import sales data. Let's assume I want to import the sales data. So let me choose the sales data, and it will show me the format of the sales data. Can you see this? It is showing me the format of the sales data. Now there is invoice number, date, and other things, and all these things are there. Here the similar formatting of Excel is applied. Please remember, similar formatting of Excel. So left side is text, right side is numbers, left side is alphanumeric, right side is date. All these things will remain the same. Okay. Then I am clicking on this transform data. I am not clicking on load, I am clicking on transform data. Okay. Now another window will come up. It will look like your Microsoft Access those days. Okay. Don't get confused. We are not going to go through any advanced thing, no programming, nothing. I am not taking you through Power Query language, other things, just GUI based. Okay. I am keeping it very simple because this is the first time some of you might get introduced to Power Query. Okay. Now I have got this data here, right? So there is invoice number column, there is date column. If you look at the date column, it is right aligned or left aligned. Left aligned. Then the name columns, all these things are there, right? Now every time I want to get this data, I don't want this date error. I don't want the name to be in separate columns. I want name to be in one column. See, first name, last name is there. What is the purpose of it? I don't want that. Let's say I don't want some of these columns, all these, the GST rate columns. I don't want them, right? Whatever columns you don't want, you can select that column and click on remove column. Okay. When you do that, the moment you do that, can you look at this one step is added here called remove columns? Yeah. And again, I am choosing the SGST rate and I am clicking on remove columns. I am clicking on IGST rate. I am clicking on remove columns once again. Okay. Like this, I can remove whatever columns I don't want. Now, let's take a look at this date column. This date column is wrong. First month is there, then day is there, then year is there. So let's split this, or let's first try converting this. If it is not working, then we'll remove that step and do a different step. So I'm right clicking on this date column at the top, I'm putting my cursor here. Can you see this? I'm clicking there, and can you see the change type option? Okay, change type option, and here I'm choosing date. But if you look at it, it is showing some error. Can you notice that? And not only that, if you look between the first row of data and the heading, there is one red color line appearing now. Earlier it was green, now it is red. Now this shows the completeness of your data. See, you don't have to ask anyone. See how good Excel has become. It is throwing errors wherein your data is incomplete. It is telling you straight away, just take a look at this boss. If you keep your cursor there, it is going to show you 56% is error. The remaining are recognized as proper dates. Now, to remove errors, what I have to do? I have to go into this option and try to remove the error. This is one way. But the problem is now what? Month is still in the first. But that is not the way it is, right? Correct? So, this option of removal of errors and changing date did not work. So, I removed those steps. I'm going to do this manually in a different way. I'm going to split this column after each hyphen. And then I'm going to combine these columns again in a different format. How am I going to do that? Just take a look at this. I'll right click on the top at the date place, and you have something called split column by delimiter. You remember text delimiter, text to columns? Same thing is available here. I'm clicking right click at the date option at the top, and then split columns by delimiter, and now I'm choosing my delimiter to be what? The hyphen, right? System has already chosen that. Now I click on OK. Now can you see the date 1, date 2, date 3 has come out separately? Now I am just dragging this date 2 and putting it first, because Excel will not do that for you. There are certain things which you have to do manually. Okay, I am putting the day column first and then the month. Now reorder column is also taken into account. Can you notice that? Now I am going to combine them again. So what I am going to do? I am going to choose these 3 columns, right click and merge columns option. Can you see this? Merge columns option. I am using that, and here my delimiter is not given here. So I am going into custom and I am using the hyphens here. Okay, right? And this new column name should be date or invoice date, for example. Invoice underscore date, something, whatever you want. You keep it that way and click OK. Now, whatever steps you have done now, everything is integrated as one step. Can you notice them? Yeah. Now, these 2 columns are there. I want to combine these 2 columns. Select both the columns, right click, merge columns, and delimiter should be space, and this is going to be customer name, right? Cust underscore name I have given, and can you see now? I have reorganized date properly. Whatever names were there in separate columns, I have combined them in one. I have removed a lot of columns here, right? Now, if I click on this close and load, it will take the data back into my Excel sheet. Okay, I can load it into a different sheet or in an existing sheet, but I wanted it in a new sheet so that I don't get confused. Yes, ma'am. You can change it. You can change it. See, yeah, whenever you want to convert it, just double click on that. It will take you to the Power Query editor. Now you select this column, transform type, change type, and use the date option. That's it. Okay. Now if you just close this. Okay, I am not doing anything. I am closing it. Okay, and I go back to that sheet. Okay, this is where my data is, right? If I just press the refresh button in the table design, okay, you find this refresh option, no? Here at the right side, you press this refresh button, all my data will now be corrected. I think it is taking to different place somewhere else. Why did it take this? Or you can delete and reload it also. You can delete this table. You can delete this table completely. Okay, again load it. So, I am clicking on load to and I am loading it to a new table, and this is going to be in this existing worksheet, right. Now, if you look at it, I can load it at any place. You can right click here and load it also whenever you want. Okay, it got loaded here. That is why I loaded it again in a different sheet. Okay, probably I will show you that. If you want to load it to a new sheet, right, go to that new sheet, right click on this, and then you will have a load to option. Okay, use that particular sheet where you want to load it. Okay, let us say you want to load it here, click it and it will get loaded in that particular place automatically. Yeah. So, you can load it anywhere in your Excel workbook, any number of times, no issues. Now, what will happen is, if you go to that Excel sheet, original Excel sheet, and make any changes, you do not have to redo the changes here again. The changes will automatically be refreshed. Whenever you refresh the table query, there is a query option here. Can you see this? If you refresh this query, the data will automatically get refreshed. For example, let me show you. I am going into this Power Query. Let us say I am deleting few lines here. Okay, I am removing 10 to 15. These 6 invoices I am removing. Okay, yeah. Now just take a look at this. Now this is my sheet, right? I go to the query and press refresh. Okay, because the file is open. Let me just close it. Yeah. Can you see? Can you see the difference now? I deleted in that sheet, right? Power Query sheet, but my data is lost here also. So it's a real time update. Now let's say I have my data somewhere in a website. Okay, let's choose something like xe.com. Okay, I want the foreign exchange rate for multiple currencies one shot. Okay, there's a foreign exchange table here, no? So there are exchange rates like this, right? There are so many tables here, but this table, no, this has got the exchange rates now, correct? If you want to import this into Excel, you can do that. Okay, I am trying for a chart which will give us a big data so that it is easier for me to show you that. Or let's take something from Wikipedia. Now this has got some table here. Yeah, can you see this table? How the GDP has moved over different periods, right? In India, right? Let me copy this link. Okay, go to a new Excel sheet. Okay, data, get data from other sources, and you will find from web. Okay, I'll choose that and give the URL. Okay, and click on OK here. Then it is asking me whether you want to connect to this page and get the data. I am saying yes, connect. Now it will try to fetch the list of tables from that entire web page, wherever it might be. But if the web page is locked for any data editing, you cannot take that. If it's an open web page, you can take it. Okay, many of the pages are open except very few, like RBI page and all, you cannot download anything because all those are locked. Okay, so you can see a lot of things here. Can you see them? Yeah, all these are tables out there. Okay, so if you click on a particular table, it will show you. Can you see this? Yeah, So I can click on transform data. Now everything will be brought into Power Query. Okay. Now this is per capita in US dollars. It's a number, but here it is recognized as text. Right click, change type to, let's say, whole number. Okay. Replace current. If you want to add decimals, you can add decimals also. If you want to add a decimal value, like that, you can convert each row, each column, and then load this data back to your Excel. Once you load it to Excel, that Excel sheet and the web page are connected. Any changes happen in the web page, you just press the refresh button, the fresh data is going to be uploaded into your Excel. You don't have to go back again to the website, ever. If there is one dynamic page where data is going to keep on changing, you don't have to go back to that page ever once you connect these two. You understand the usage of Power Query? This Power Query is in Power BI also. If you have understood this, I will go to that. Any doubts in this?
This can be used for stock prices.
Yes, yes. Nifty 50. If you are a good trader, then you already know how to use this. Real time, sir. Real time. You have to just press that refresh button in the query box. Once you load it, once you load this data, once you click on close and load to, okay, in this sheet it is getting loaded, right? Once it gets loaded, let's just wait. Now this query table tab is there, right? If you go to the query tab and press the refresh button, every time it will go to the original source, get the data, put it in Power Query, convert it, bring it to your Excel. Every time.
Whatever changes we made in the query, all that
Will get reapplied.
like
Yes.
one we changed the whole
We changed it to whole number, right? That will also be reapplied, and then the final data will be brought out here. So if you are a good trader where you want to fetch all the rates one shot, this is one of the best options. Yeah, it works. It works. Same way, go to the website, take out the data, link, put it here, it will work. 100% it will work. People are doing, that's why I am telling you. Yes, yes. But that Excel sheet should be customized. You cannot, if you want to customize here, you have to do it only in the Power Query. No. It will fetch entire web page only. But without a login. That's what I am saying. If it is Nifty page, from that Nifty page you want, it will allow you. If you are going inside your login to take out the data, it won't allow you because there is a login for that, no?
But even individual stocks you can link it to Google Files.
Yes, yes, that you can do. Individual stock you can link. See, in fact, some pages will allow you with password. In that case, when you give on that connect, it may ask you for username password. If you give that, it will still go and get the data. But automation should be enabled in that portal.
Like with NSE,
Yes. NSE it is working, BSE it is working. I am pretty sure. People who are using F&Os, they are using this.
Example of 10 stock.
Yes, sir.
Make a filter rule.
You can apply filter rule inside that itself. See, in this query, in this query, if you double click, it will get you back to the query. Here itself, you can apply a filter and filter only those stocks and bring it out. That can also be done. But every time the entire data will be fetched, then filtered, then given to you. It is going to work only like that. Yeah, so you have to correct that error, then take it forward. Yeah, that error will also be shown in this Excel sheet. Whenever there is an error, it will show you in the Excel sheet also what the error is. Now let's close this. Can you look at this? One error. Okay. Here you can see the preview data and you can check for the error here itself. Or you can come in here, check which column is giving you that error and fix that. Okay. So this way you can, you don't have to redo the same work again and again on the similar set of data where the data is going to be put inside a folder or data is going to be put inside a particular Excel sheet with the name being the same. Every time the name will be the same. The location will be the same. Then you can keep doing it again and again. It is going to waste your time. Okay, it is going to take a lot of time of yours. Rather than that, you can do this. One shot you will be doing it. The next step I am going to show you is little more advanced from here. I have two tables now, right? Sales table and the e-way bill table. Can we create relationship between these two tables? Generally we used to use Access, but now it is available in Excel. This is called Power Pivot. Power Pivot. What it will do is, it will connect these two tables based on the primary key and you can create a single pivot table output from two different tables. Generally, when you create a pivot table, you will use only one table information and get the output, right? But you can use two sets of data to get one output.
But you should have a unique ID in both.
Yes. What is the requirement? The requirement is a primary key and a foreign key. You remember this somewhere vaguely? Long ago, so long ago, you would have read this term, primary key, foreign key. Primary key is a unique value in one place, one table. That column has its occurrence in some other table, then it will be called a foreign key. For example, in sales data, invoice number is a unique value column, correct? So there it will be called the primary key. In e-waybill table, invoice numbers can be repetitive, because for one invoice I can generate multiple e-waybills also. In that case, it will become a foreign key for e-waybill data. Am I making sense? Yeah. Now can we try that? How this is going to work? For that, first you have to enable Power Pivot. Okay, how to enable Power Pivot? I will guide you through these steps. Please follow that, and if you have any doubts, stop me, because first time enabling, you have to manually do. Okay. So let me go to this. Let me go to a blank Excel sheet so that this is clearly visible to you. Right. Let me close all these things which are not necessary here. So go to the File tab. Have you gone to the File tab? Have you gone to the File tab? Yeah. Now in the File tab, there is something called Options here at the bottom, right? Click that. Click on the Options. On the File tab, Options, sir. No. In an Excel sheet, in any Excel workbook. Go to File tab and go to Options. Okay. Yeah, come here. Yeah. There is something called add-ins, last but one item. Can you find that? Yeah, click that. It will take some time to load based on what all packs you are using. Okay. Now here, under the manage option, next to that you will find a list box. Can you find it? Last left. There is a manage option. After add-ins only I am telling you, sir. After add-ins only I am telling you. There is this list box, no? Click this list box and you will find something called COM add-ins. Sir, for Mac it's a separate downloadable file, sir. You have to download and install it. So do you find this option, COM add-ins? Click that and give go. Okay. In the manage option, you will find COM add-ins. Select that and click the go button. Okay. Now here you will find the Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. It will be unticked generally, correct? Enable that and click OK. That's it. If you have any difficulty, tell me, I will show you. Anyone is not able to enable that? Com add-ins, give go, sir, next to that. Now here Power Pivot will be there. Just click that option, select it and click OK. So everyone is able to get that Power Pivot. Now when you have done that, you will find a new Power Pivot tab at the top, fixed, not contextual. A regular Power Pivot tab would be added. Yeah, you got it there, Power Pivot tab. Yeah, on the complete right side top, Power Pivot tab would be added. Now this means that your data is now ready to be loaded into Power Pivot. Power Pivot is ready. You have to prepare your data now. Okay. How to prepare your data? I am going to use the data that I already have. I am going to that Power Pivot workbook and I am going to do that. Okay. Let's go to that particular workbook. Okay. So I am opening that particular workbook called Power Pivot. Now I am going to convert the ranges into tables. Before I proceed, what I am going to do? I am going to convert the range into table, then load it to Power Pivot, because it will be more integrated. Okay. Every time when there is a change in data, I will change only here. Power Pivot will automatically get refreshed, so that I don't have to go inside Power Pivot to change anything. Okay. So let me select the data, Control T. Okay. I selected this data, Control T, and then it is now converted into a table, correct? Now I am going to name this table as what? Sales table. Okay. This is a fresh workbook, so there is no other sales table here. Let me go to the e-waybill data also. Select the data, Control T again from here, and my table has got headers already. So select that option, and this table is called e-waybill table, right? So I got two tables now. I'll repeat the process again, select the data again. Simple sir, select your data, select your entire data, press Ctrl T. If required, I'll redo it, that's better. See, I'm selecting this entire data, okay, Ctrl T is for inserting table shortcut, okay. Ensure that my table has got headers is ticked because you have headers already here, okay. And when you click OK, the data will be converted into table. Now I am going to rename this table as what? Sales table for my convenience to understand what is the data I am going to work with, okay. Same way, I am going to the e-way bill table also. I am converting that data into table once again, but when you are doing it, like I told you, ensure that my table as headers should be ticked, otherwise it will add one more column at the top, column 1, 2, 3 like that, okay. So ensure that you are choosing that, then I am going to name this table as what? E-way bill table, right. Now you have done these two, right. Now your data is ready. Let's load this to Power Pivot, okay. What I am going to do, I am going to the first table, keep your cursor anywhere on the table, don't worry, no need to select anything, okay. Go to the Power Pivot tab, okay. Till this any doubts, I will wait first. Any doubts till now? Converted data into tables, is it done? Have you renamed them? Have you renamed them? Now I am going to the Power Sales table, keep my cursor there, go to the Power Pivot tab, Power Pivot tab, then you have something called Add to Data Model. Can you find this? Click this button, okay. Now what will happen? System will pull the entire table into another screen. One more new screen will come up and everything will be loaded there. Now I am going to do it again for e-way bill table also. I am putting my cursor somewhere on the e-way bill table, click on Add to Data Model, and now can you see at the bottom there are two different sheets. One is sales sheet, another one is e-way bill sheet at the bottom here. Can you find it? These names are pulled from where? The table name I gave. So I don't have to do it every time, okay. Now I am going to connect these two tables. These two tables have what in common? Invoice number, correct? Invoice number is the common parameter between these two tables. So let me use this diagram view. Can you find this diagram view? Yeah, diagram view. Click that. Yeah. Now if you find invoice number is there in both the columns, right? I am going to drag the invoice number from the sales, which is the primary key, and drop it against the e-way bills invoice number column. I am going to drag, just take a look at this. I am clicking here, dragging it and putting it against the invoice number column in e-way bill table. Can you find it? Yeah. Now if you see, it is showing the relationship is one to many relationship kind of thing, right? 1 to star and all that has come up, right? Which means relationship is ready, okay. Now what I want to do, I want to know the number of e-way bills created for the state of Tamil Nadu, okay. Or let's say for Tamil Nadu, for a particular trader, how many e-way bills were created, okay. In the e-way bill table, if you take a closer look, you had only what? Invoice number, e-way bill number and state. If you look at the sales table, customer name is here. Or let's say for electronics category, how many e-way bills are generated? Can you get that data now? You can't, because they both are in different tables, correct. But I want to use the data from both the sheets to create a single pivot, okay. How am I doing that? Just take a look at this. Or I want to know the e-way bill value for a particular state. I want to know what is the total e-way bills generated for Maharashtra, value of the bills. I can't generate that. But now after creating the relationship, I can do that. Just take a look at this. I am clicking on this pivot table option in the query editor. There is a Power Pivot editor, na? In that there is something called pivot table. I am clicking that. Now it is asking whether you want it in a new sheet or an existing worksheet. I will better create it in a new sheet, okay. One empty table is there. But look at the right side. You have two table names, correct. I am going to drag, let's say the place of supply from the e-way bill table, and I am going to drag the, let's say, invoice value from the sales table, and I'll get the output. We can connect, sir. Any number of child tables we can connect. One common parameter should be there between two tables. You can create multiple levels of relationships. E-way bill. That's fine. You can still create. Yeah. It will go back in connection. It will go back. You need to have one primary key and one foreign key between two tables. It can be any number of tables. No problem. Yeah. Yes. Can be linked through a different parameter altogether. Yes, ma'am. Once again? Yeah, I'll do it. For GSTR 9, this will be useful because we will have different data in different tables, right? 8A, annual summary 3B, annual summary 2B, everything will be different. In that situations, this can be highly useful. Okay, so I'll redo that complete thing once again. So I'm deleting this pivot first. Okay. Right. So you want me to take from this point or from the beginning? From this point. So these two tables are now related, right? Till this, any doubts? Anybody has got any doubts? No. So I am clicking on the pivot table option here. This pivot table option will take me back to the Excel sheet, okay, where I want the pivot table to be placed. Now this is a blank sheet, so I can use this same sheet or I can create in a new worksheet. Let's say I want it in a new worksheet. I click that and give OK. Now if you see, both my tables are shown there. E-way bill table and sales table both are shown there. Now they both are related already, correct? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick one column, let's say e-way bill number or place of supply or whatever from my e-way bill table, okay, and I can choose any other column from my sales table. Let's say I want the invoice value, okay, I can choose the invoice value from that table and get a combined output of both the tables. The state is taken from e-way bill table, the sales values are taken from in sales table, right? State is taken from e-way bill table, state names. Invoice value is taken from sales data. They both are different tables. In Excel they were different, correct? In Excel they were different sheets. If you look at this here, sales is here, e-way bill is here, they are nowhere connected. But because I extended a relationship between these two in Power Query, in the Power Pivot, now they both are considered to be connected tables. So if the connection does not exist, then I may not get that data properly. Now that there is a connection existing between these two tables, based on the primary key and the foreign key in these two tables, it is getting me a combined output of these two tables put together as one pivot table. So two inputs, one output. Yeah?
Here we have only one common field,
Invoice number.
we had multiple common
You can include any number of common fields, sir. Still it is going to work. You can create multiple relationships for same set of tables also. It will work. It works. I don't want to complicate things. There is a language called DAX for Power Pivot. That is the same language used in Power BI also. You use the language called DAX, no DAX. It's the same language we use in both places, Power BI and Pivot. Okay. Now I'm going to take you through Power BI. Next thing. Okay. Till this, if you have any doubts, we'll discuss it first, because I need 20 minutes there. Any doubts till this? Can I go to that Power BI part? Yeah. So let me close all these things. Okay. Let me open Power BI and a blank project. Okay. I'll tell you what is the use of Power BI now. Okay. We did so many things in Excel, no? Power BI will do it in a jiffy. It will do it in a jiffy, I'm telling you. Okay. Now I have my data somewhere. I have to import that data. Okay. So now let's consider this Power Pivot sheet, or let's take this Power Query sheet, any of these two. Okay, we can take any of these two. I have the sales data and the e-way bill data here. Okay, I want to bring this data into Power BI. Okay, So import from Excel, and I'm choosing Power Query. You remember we did something in Power Query like transformation and all? Different steps were involved. Same thing you can do here also. Okay. So I want to import both these tables. I'm selecting both the tables and I'm clicking on transform data. Okay. Now here also Power Query editor comes. Can you see that? Yeah. Both the tables are imported. Now this date column is wrong. You remember? We transformed it, right? So I'm doing the same thing. I'm splitting the column by delimiter, and I'm using the delimiter as hyphen. I'm splitting it. Then I'm rearranging my columns here, right? Then I am combining all these columns once again by using merge columns, and I'm using the custom operator here, which is going to be this, and I'm going to name this column as the date. Same thing what I did there, I'm doing here, and I'm changing this data type to date here, right? Everything I've done here, one step. Then first name, last name I have to combine, right? This is another thing which we did. So I'm merging columns, and the delimiter is going to be space, and this is going to be called the name column. Okay, like this I can do for each of these columns. And if you look at the e-way bill, just take a careful look at it. No, the column names have become column 1, 2 and 3, but in fact my column name should be e-way bill, invoice number and place of supply, right? Can you use you see this column called use first row as headers, this option? If you click that, it will automatically replace your headers properly. Okay, now all this is done, right? So I can just click on close and apply. So I'll keep it on the sales table and click on close and apply. The moment I do this, it will get loaded, and can you see this data on the complete right side showing both these tables? Can you see that? Yeah. So there are 3 parts in a Power BI window. Okay, just watch this carefully. There's a ribbon at the top. This is the tab, what you see at the top. No, this is the tabs. Okay, then this is the report area. Okay, this is where you are going to see your report. This part is the here. Are you able to see? I tried here, it won't work on the screen, that's why I'm doing it there. Okay. So this part, top part, now this is called the ribbon part. Okay. This part, this mid part, white part is there, na, build visuals with your data. This part is the report part. This part is the work area, where you are going to work on your data and say what all should be brought in, how it should be brought in, all that should be done from there. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to build a report here, which is a visual data. I want to know to which state I've sold what value, which state has the maximum sales. Okay. I'm going to prepare a report which state has the maximum sales. Can we build it? Yeah. So I'm going to use only one table here, which is my sales table. Okay. Let me open my sales table. Let me see what all data have come here. If you look at it, all those things might be arranged in a alphabetical format, so don't get confused. Okay. Cess amount, CGST rate. If you look at them, wherever you find the sigma option, it means it's a number column. Wherever you find a calendar option, it's a date column. Yeah. Yeah. System has already identified them. Okay. Now I'm going to use that to my advantage. Okay. I want a sales data state wise. So let me click on bar chart. Okay. I clicked on a bar chart here. Okay. One empty chart has come. Correct. Now here, can you see the x-axis and y-axis? Very simple. Your graph, 10th standard graph, you remember, as good as that. I want the state names, okay, in my x-axis. Okay. I want my state names in the x-axis. Now this is my first chart that I'm preparing, and my y-axis I want the invoice values. That's it. Done. My data is ready. Now let's say I want one more data here. Okay, I want one more data here, which is going to be, let's say, product or category wise sales. Okay, I have a product category. No, let's say I want a product category wise sales. Then let me click on the blank space and insert a different chart here. Let's say I want probably a date wise chart or something like that. In that case, let's include a line chart here. I'm going to bring in the date column, which is my invoice date column. My invoice date is going to be in my x-axis. Okay. and the invoice value is going to be my y axis. If you carefully look at it, when I inserted the date option, it has segregated the date into year, quarter, month and day. Can you notice them? I did not do anything there. I did not manually do anything there. System did that. And if you look at the graph now, here there is only a dot. What is this dot? Yeah. If you look carefully, it is for 2024, year number 2024. The entire year is put as one dot. I want to expand it. Let's say I want a monthly breakup. Okay. Can you see a option here? Yeah, hierarchy kind of an icon. If I press that, it will take me to the first level of expansion. Okay. This is for throughout the year. If I press it again, it will take me to the next level. Now if you could see the months April, May, June, July, right? If I press it once again, it can take me through between the months, in the sense the days, the number of days. Yeah. Now you could see this. There's the gap has increased, right? Now these two are the charts. The advantage here is second chart, ma'am. From that dot, I just clicked this icon multiple times. I have drilled it down to the lowest level of data. Okay. Now, how much time it would take you to read and analyze your data, I do not know in Excel, but just take a look at this here. Let's say I am choosing Tamil Nadu. Okay. There is the state Tamil Nadu here. Okay. If I click my cursor here, can you see the data is filtered all around? The other data is also getting filtered. How much I have sold during different points in time. Yeah. Now, let's say I want to have some more information. There is a big dip here. The sales have increased and then it's dipped here. Correct? Yeah. Let's analyze that. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put my cursor here. I'm going to put my cursor here. Can you see a small dot comes up there and one line comes up? If I don't put my cursor inside the chart, nothing you could see. If I put my cursor, it can see the high and low points getting highlighted, right? In the low point, I'm right clicking and there is analyze option and there is an option called explain the decrease. Can you notice that? I click that. Now take a look at this. How much Excel can work on your behalf or Power Pivot can work on your behalf. In June, you had a good sales in terms of your, yeah, you could see this. In June, your quarter 2 sales was very high, but over the period in the quarter 2 of June, in the second week of June, your sales have dipped. How it dipped, how it increased, okay, everything is coming up here. Not this one chart, it will throw you multiple charts, product wise, category wise, yeah. This is based on invoice value, okay, this is also based on invoice value. Now look at this. Coimbatore there is an increase, but Chennai there has been a decrease. In which segment? Equipment segment. And in Coimbatore there is an increase in the motor segment. Okay. The number of e-way-bills that you have generated, the cash and the credit sales that you have done, yeah, based on the payment modes, based on the category of goods. Automobile there is a decrease, increase, and furniture there is a decrease. Whichever is the relevant chart you want, you can use that for your meeting by just clicking on this plus symbol. Now can you see this? This is added as another report. Yeah. Siri is getting activated. Any doubts in this now? Till this? Okay, I want the sales data also to be presented. I want the sales data also. You can present the sales data in numbers also. For example, you find this option, no? This is insert the table option. Insert the table, sorry, I will insert it separately. So let me click on the blank space. Insert the table option. Now you choose your, columns what you want here. Let's say I want the same state and state by invoice value. Can you see the sales table here? I will extend it probably so that you can see that. So, this is by invoice value data. Okay. You can include data, you can include chart, whatever you want you can import. Okay. It does not stop here. We saw something called Power Pivot there, right? That can also be done inside this. For example, you see this model view. If you click that, it has already created a relationship between these two tables. Can you see them? Yeah. So, I can insert a table which will have the place of supply from my e-waybill table and invoice value from my sales table. That can also be done. Yes. So, in fact, I will increase the size of view so that you could see all the data out here. Can you see them now? Place of supply has been picked from e-waybill table and invoice values have been picked from sales data. So, same job can be done in Power Pivot or from Power BI. Okay. Now, I told you about that filter option. No? If I filter one of these tables, if I filter any of these tables, the data will get filtered in all the other parts because all of them are connected. If you want to remove the filter, click it again, it will become normal. Okay. How quick, no? No sir, it is free edition as of now, but if you want to publish or do anything, then you have to purchase it. There is a premium option wherein you have to pay and purchase it. As of now, Power BI is free, make use of it. I am telling you, make very good use of it. I can tell you, recommend you some good YouTube channels. After the class you ask me, I will recommend you some YouTube channels also, because now we are on live recording, I can't do that, but after that I will explain you some live channels where you can use those YouTube channels and learn a lot of Power BI and other things. Okay. So, these are some of the basics, because every day we will not be there with you, you are going to be on your own. When you are on your own, when you want to know how to do certain things, those channels might help you. Many of you may know those channels also already, but if required I will give you this list. Any doubts till this? Now, I am going to do one final thing, which is called the Copilot option in Excel, which is the latest option. This Copilot option will do majority of the work on your behalf. You do not have to work at all. Now, let us say you want to create a pivot table, state by invoice value. What you will do? You will create it entirely, then you have to drag, drop, all that. You do not have to do any of those things. If you are using the latest 365 edition, if you want a proper Copilot full version, then you have to use this premium edition, which will cost about 2000 rupees per month. I told you 6 users can use it, 6 users can use it. Okay. But now in this edition, I am just showing you how the basic thing would look like in Copilot. So, I am opening an Excel sheet called Copilot, which I would not have given you, but you can use your Power Query sheet also, nothing problematic there. So, can you see the small icon here? Yeah, this is the Copilot icon. Okay. Now, mine is in the Home Premium edition. In this Home Premium, there is another Home Premium edition on top of this, which will come with Copilot Premium. If you use that edition, there is unlimited usage, but mine will have some credit limits and other things. Based on that, it is going to work. But anyway, I can show you, nothing to worry. No, if you buy the Microsoft Office 365 Home Premium edition, you will get Copilot inbuilt. Okay. If you click this, you will have an option called Chat with Copilot. Click that option. Okay. Just wait for it to come. This is one way of doing it. Or what you can do, you can select your data. Okay. Select, sorry. No, this chat with Copilot should have a different edition. That is not opening up. That is what I am trying to do. This Copilot will only give you the steps. You have to do it manually. I don't want to show you this. I want to show you the other one, but unfortunately that is not getting loaded. Okay. I'll directly use this option called summarize using pivot table or chart. Okay. Just take a look at this. This will also work with Copilot only. Okay. So now this is coming up, right? Now it will ask me what I want to do. Let's say I want to create a state wise pivot, invoice value, okay. Create a state by invoice value pivot, okay, and I give enter. Okay, can you see this? Yeah, this is automatically done. Okay, it has done based on the analysis. If you want to do it, you can manually do it. Okay, so this is the manual thing that I am running. Can you see this? Okay, now you can insert this. You can insert this to a new sheet just by clicking add to new sheet. That's it. How much time it took? So you don't have to do anything manually. System will take care of it. Copilot will take care of it. Let's say I want to highlight. Okay, I want to highlight sales in Tamil Nadu. Highlight Tamil Nadu sales. And it says cell value is equal to Tamil Nadu, apply the following to cells in column state, fill color yellow, font color black. I click on apply. Okay, just take a look at this. Wherever there is Tamil Nadu, it will automatically highlight it. Conditional formatting. I want much better conditional formatting. I want to highlight the entire row. Instead of giving this, highlight the entire row instead of the state column. Okay, it will redevelop your conditional formatting accordingly and give you. If you have to manually do this conditional formatting, no, you need to remember so many formulas. All that is not required. Okay, see. Apply conditional formatting on cells A22G101, formula below, value is true, and now it has not understood properly. Okay, so if I want to redefine, I can go ahead and redefine. Okay, I can redefine this because it has not understood properly. It is highlighting all the rows. No, I want to highlight those rows where the sale is made in Tamil Nadu. Then I can redefine my prompt and get the output. This way you will save a lot of time. The amount of time that you are going to spend creating all these functions, that can also be brought down because system is going to work on your behalf. Sir, the prompting getting, now you have understood, no? See, the most important thing with prompting is discuss it like you discuss it with your friend. Don't use extraordinary languages and all. Just use very, very simple language. I want to highlight these cells. What is the best way of doing it? Okay, I want to highlight those cells with this particular value. Then it will say, but unfortunately it's a machine. It will not understand everything what we think. So we have to tell it. Now I showed you this example. I wanted to highlight all the rows that satisfy Tamil Nadu, but it did not link it with my previous chat. It is giving me as a separate chat. Now I have to reiterate again. No, you have to highlight those cells where the sales are made to Tamil Nadu, but you have to highlight, instead of one particular cell that says Tamil Nadu, you have to highlight the entire row. Then it will create that particular conditional formatting function and give you. So you have to be little more specific and friendly, but otherwise it is also ruthless. Yeah, otherwise it will not ask people to die. It will not ask people to kill their parents. Yeah, it will not shut down by itself. It will not prevent itself from being shut down. All these things would not have happened. It has some knowledge, but it is not a good knowledge, unfortunately. It is sometimes the worst of the knowledge that it has gathered and kept. Of course, designed by human beings, will react like human beings. Nothing big to say there. But of course, it is not beyond us. It is something which we can learn, but we need to spend more time with it. That is what is expected. So I'll stop my session here. Remaining 5-10 minutes I'll keep for your queries. I think I've completed on time. Yes, sir. Starting point same, sir. Get data adli import from Excel na irukum, sir. Fresh BA open panna odane. See, I'm creating a new file. Okay. The moment I open a new file, okay, I'm just opening the new file. Idhula blank kulla poran illaya. Blank kulla pona odane it will ask you where to import the data from. I'm choosing the blank report. Now it will ask me where to import the data from. I can copy paste it, I can import it from another Excel, I can import it from websites, I can import it from SharePoints. Ivladhan, sir. Ivladhan PowerBI. Illa, sir. The PowerBI is a separate software. I think you have not installed it. PowerBI I have not installed. It's a separate installation. அதனால தான் நேத்தே நான் ஒரு மெயில் அனுப்ப சொல்லிட்டேன். முதல்ல 365 வேணும் PowerBI வேணும்னு சொல்லி. But it's okay, you can go back home and try. There will not be a big surprise and all to you. Now that you have seen, you will be able to do it. But I want you to do it. Maybe 2-3 days of practice after this will help you. Otherwise 50% depletion. WDV is very high. Yeah. So even above income tax, no. Income tax allows 40. Yeah. So I hope I've added some value. So if you have any doubts, you can put it across. Or you can take my number. If you have any doubts later on, you can get back to me. No issues.
Anyone lucky enough that the client is preparing and giving financial statements? No, right? So all of us are doing it. So how long does it take? 1 day. Okay.
Starting. Later on it will be taking hours.
It will be taking hours. How many hours, sir?
3 hours, 4 hours.
3 hours, 4 hours. Very good. Anybody else? All of us are preparing, no? Are we doing or not? Because I am not seeing any answer. This is the easiest question I can ask. 4 hours maximum. Not bad. Because when I was asking another forum, they were literally telling me 1 day, 2 day. So 3-4 hours is not bad. Not bad at all. So how do you do it? See, though the topic is non-corporate entity, we will be covering financials, we will be covering a little bit of analytics. Because I don't know how that got missed out, it was actually analytics and it was preparation as well as analysis. So now I want to ask you, how much time does it take, to prepare your financial statements, and how do you do it, most importantly? For people who said 3-4 hours, how exactly? Yes? Sorry, sir? Okay. 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 Based on Excel TB. Now how do you get your TBs? Hierarchical? All of us, majority clients get Tally, use Tally. Some will be using Zoho, which are new clients. Older clients, we are still using Tally only, right? Yes? Few may be in Zoho, few may be in say SAP, but majority clients are in Tally. So how do we get the trial balance in Tally? Sorry? Sorry, I'm sorry. Export in Excel. Sir, you are taking on this thing, please take on the phone also. Since you are taking, I am giving you. Yes. So in Excel format, how are we downloading? Still the hierarchical method? We will get rid of that first. Okay? And also, we will see, have you heard of SQL codes? Anyone using SQL codes? No? Tally works on what? What is the base of Tally? SQL. That we know. The base of Tally is SQL. What about SAP? What is the base of SAP? C+ or Python, okay, or R. Depends on the developer. The platform is similar. Platform is one thing, but based on which developer is developing that software, they will use the language that they know. Yes. So So the base language of Tally is SQL. Okay. There are two ways to extract this report. How SAP gives us. How does SAP give the report? It gives ledger names and simultaneous columns. It will give the groupings. Correct. But in Tally it does not come like that. It comes as a hierarchical method of reporting. Second issue with financials is the debits and credits. In SAP you will get plus and minus, correct? But in Tally you get debits and credits. So when you get debits and credits, how do you know, how there are a lot of times we are searching for that mistake because we have just interchanged plus debits with credits, right? Instead of putting it as a liability, we would have grouped it under, you know, say asset or vice versa, and we will be hunting for hours to find that error, correct? So how do we get rid of that? Okay, simple fixes. Let's just get into the data once. The first fix of plus and minus. Okay, we will start with the fix directly, then we will come back to the topic. Okay, in settings, in display, okay, just click on show more. There is something known as number format. Okay, in number format you select format for credit. Please create the format, type minus there, okay, and say control A. If you don't want the CR, say I don't want it, I am okay with it because it's anyways not, it's just in the view, okay, and control A. Now magically your trial balance will show plus and minus. People in the front can easily see it. It will show plus and minus. The first issue of unnecessarily wrongly grouping, you know, debits and credits, done with, because all credits will show as minus, all debits will show as plus. You can have one single formula in your, if you are preparing financials in 3 hours, this will further reduce your time and it will be done faster. Okay. Second thing, hierarchical structure. 3 ways to get the financials in columnar format. The first method is actually 2 ways. If you just essentially speak, it's 2 ways. One way is just a repetition way. Okay. So the first way is to get an SQL code and merge it using formula. The second one is using Power Query and ODBC. Okay. Now you can use Power Query without using ODBC, or you can use Power Query with ODBC. Okay. That's the third method which I was going to talk. ODBC, yeah, we will come to that. We will come to that in the second part of the session. But I am just trying to give you methods, because non-corporate entities, Tally has come up with some solution and telling I have a format and all of that. But for corporate, we still don't have any solution. Yes, we don't have any solution that comes from Tally telling that we have Schedule 3 format, right? We don't have any such things. And more than non-corporate, Schedule 3 is more, you know, there is more requirement for Schedule 3 to come in proper format than the non-corporate entities. Yes. So you know, so you will get this. So first thing what we do in my office, what I do is, I used to do, is that we first take the trial balance like this, ledger wise. Okay. The second thing is the ODBC. So sorry, the SQL. Where does SQL happen? Here at the calculator. So long we have been thinking that this is calculator. This is not just a calculator. This is the interaction interface of Tally. Okay. You want to talk to Tally? I will show you. I typed cash, it gave me cash balance. Okay. Let me ask something else if it's able to give. Current ratio. It gave me the current ratio for this entity. Okay. Sundry debtors, closing balance. Okay. It has certain features. How will you know? I know few things, I showed some gimmicks. How will you come to know? You can go to Tally NLP. Okay. This is called natural language processing. Okay. This particular you know, interaction that you want to do, suddenly someone is asking what is the net worth? Yes, working capital. And you will start calculations and everything, provided everything is recorded correctly. Okay. If everything is grouped and recorded correctly, this will definitely be the right answer. Yes, you don't have to do calculation if you are in a hurry and you just want to know for certain purposes, like generally they see current ratio, liquidity ratio for loans, correct? They see drawing power for loans. So, you will quickly want the value of debtors, you will quickly want the value of say inventory, correct? So, all those things you can just get it at a click of a button, no matter which screen you are at. So, that is this particular calculator. It is not just a calculator, it is the interaction interface. Now, this same place you will be getting something known as SQL queries. Okay? I will give you one SQL for this thing, what do you say, for trial balance. Select dollar name. All of us have a tally data. Any tally data of any client, please open it for whoever has 6. This particular information you can do in any version of tally. The non-corporate entity financial statements you will definitely need 6.1 or higher. Okay? So, please install. If you have not installed, I will give you 5 minutes, whoever has not installed. How many of our clients are below the version of 6? How many of our clients are not using 6.0 or further? Can I have a raise of hands, please? All our clients are at 6.0 or further or higher version? Yes? Amazing. I like this bunch, seriously. So, if they are at above 6.0 or higher, there are better benefits. First thing, GST happens automatic. Just download and you can upload from here also. We no longer take it out to Excel and try to do until the there are complexities. One big issue is 6.1 at least, GSTR 1A was not coming inside. Okay, so that was one issue that was there. So, I prefer to do it both ways as of now. So, do the recon in tally and do it outside tally as well. So, 6.2 I think they have corrected, they told me that, but I am not very sure if they have done it. So, up to 6.1 definitely GSTR 1A information was not coming under GSTR 1 reconciliation. So, apart from that, but however, having said that, 1A is a one-off cases, like generally not everyone is going to file 1A. So, for people who are filing their GSTR 1s correctly, or if they are doing amendments, there is no issue. But whoever is filing this amendment return GSTR 1A, there were some issues which were not happening. So, the GST reconciliation happens really well. Okay? All you need to do is go to, and one more point which I wanted to bring in, like, because we are going to discuss majority tally, since I think morning you had Excel as your discussion point. Yes, you had Excel. We will do little bit of Excel, but we will be doing majority of tally. Also, I want to know, I heard you did a little bit of PowerBI. So, what was your base like of PowerBI? What did you use? Any files you have used? No, Excel, yes, but any data that you have used? Sales details. So, you would have done a reconciliation basically. Visualization, okay, perfect. So, did you use Power Query? Yes. You use Power Query. So, we are now comfortable with Power Query interface? No, at least are you comfortable, like you are aware, that is the whole point. See, for a day's session, it is not possible that you learn everything. One awareness is enough, at least that will get you thinking that yes, we can do this. And this today, 11th October is not the date you start doing all this. When you should be starting? Once your tax audit is over. Once it is over, and that is when you should be starting on this. And don't think, okay, I know certain things today, I am going to implement 100%. It will be a flop show. How should you be implementing? Pick one or two aspects that you can do it immediately. And that if you can do it now also you can implement. Remaining aspects, take one-on-one. Always you follow it's called an incremental approach. Add on, keep adding on. So, you understood that, okay, this trial balance is better. Plus minuses I am getting. Incorporate that first. Let it work. Then second step. Then you go to third step. It's called step by step or incremental approach. Always works better. Rather than, today I am going to change everything. Seriously, trust me, it's going to be a flop show. until and unless you are too robust that you can, actually handle all this pressure at once. Because as CAs, we don't do just one tax audit or only stat audit. We do multiple, we are in multiple areas of auditing practice, right? We also get into GST. So there are always deadlines that we have to meet. And in between deadlines, if you are trying to do, neither that will work nor this will work. Okay. So please make sure that you don't implement everything at once first. Second thing, pick up things that you can actually implement, and then you can always become better. So 10 years ago I was following this. Now if you ask me, I am not following this. I moved to Power Query. So if you ask me half a year later, I am already in pipeline to move to Python. So I will keep moving. So we will also keep evolving. So every year I make changes. It's not like this data is static. The way I prepare my financials is static. Sir said 3 hours. I also take 3 hours. 1 hour to prepare, 1 hour to improvise the format, and then I will use that format for all clients. That's how we do. So 1 hour to prepare financials, and one more thing which I want you to take back home is, start with financial preparation always. As seniors, like obviously I see a lot of seniors here. You are not going to prepare your financials, I am sure. You have juniors to do that for you. But whenever you get a data, please start with financials. Your ledger review will happen there itself. Because lot of entries you will find, because I have noticed a lot of times the entry that is most missed. Do you know what is the entry, what is the transaction that is most missed in major financials, which comes later only? Could you guess? Sorry? It's okay, wrong or right, we are all in this room, it's not going to go out. Camera is on, huh? Okay, but you are not visible, only I am visible, so it's okay. Tell me, sir. Depreciation, okay. Audit fee, any other answer? Partner salary, that is for partnership. Deferred tax provision, sir, is gone to advanced level. Audit fees actually. It's our own entry, right? What are we most focused on? Why are we doing the work itself? For that fees, no? That is missed out. On that TDS is also missed out. So when do you realize this? At the time of finalization. Audit fees have earlier. TDS gone? Disallowance. Major times, okay, if you see majority financials, TDS on audit fees provision will be a disallowed expenditure. This is our own entry when we forget it. Okay, so this and all you can cover if you do the financials first. Lot of analytics can come in. For example, depreciation missed out. Deferred tax obviously comes in the last. So I will not take that into picture. But deferred tax is also a format, right? It is not a calculation that you have to put your mind every time. Yes, it's just calculations, timing difference, and the timing difference is going to remain the same until and unless your client comes into newer transactions or newer kind of business practice. Otherwise, it's going to be for AS cases, there are only 3 things that has deferred tax. Major is only depreciation, correct? Timing difference, nothing else comes into picture, or 43B might come. These are the only 2 things, if in my opinion, that comes in for AS. For Ind AS, you will have ECL, you will have you will have gratuity provision, that remeasurement which goes to OCI, and you will have lease liability, you might have those amortization for lease liability. Yes, that would be the additional things for Ind AS, and there are many more. For Ind AS there are actually many more, but for AS it is pretty simple when you talk about deferred tax, like only 2-3 major items, remaining we leave out on materiality, correct? We have a nice cushion, materiality. Do we do materiality test for all clients? Please do that, start doing. Keep your work papers really strong, because you never know when peer reviews kicks in, and peer reviews have become stricter now. So we focus on accounting standards. It's high time we start focusing on auditing standards. We start focusing. How many of us have seen the tax audit checklist? How many of us are not aware there is a tax audit checklist issued by ICAI? I see some blank faces. There is a tax audit checklist which runs to around, 1 second. Since you are in the tax audit period, I am unable to see the file. 1 second. Since I was not able to get my hands on this particular thing, I have a file. Yeah, this is the tax audit checklist issued by the tax audit. Sorry, sir? Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, I missed out. It is not lengthy, sir. This is one among the short books. It's only 66 pages. This is not lengthy. The checklist for Ind AS and AS is actually lengthier. These are clause by clause. This is the entire checklist which we are supposed to be filling, by the way. We should be filling for every client. There is a AS disclosure checklist. Are we aware? Yes? Do we fill it? Please fill. We are only preparing financials. Very easy. For one client you fill, all others done. Copy paste only, no? Seriously, it's one time effort, trust me, and it is like, it's worthwhile also. You will not miss out things. We think that it is difficult thing. It is like clause by clause, by the way. Like each clause by clause, and you have to fill what is, and which file also it says, permanent or current file, the documentation where it's supposed to be. And this is the entire thing, yes, no, NA, remarks and so on. So similar is the Ind AS or the AS disclosure checklist. It's all similar. And one time exercise of bringing it to Excel. Okay, bringing it to Excel, I don't have the Excel copy. I was not able to get it, so I said, okay, at least the PDF I will just bring it out. So this is the checklist. It's issued by TAQRB. Okay, and I think this is the latest only. I'll just check that. October 2020. Yeah, that's the last issued checklist. Okay, so now we'll come back to our topic. Like, why did I mention all this checklist and other things? Is because, like, we might do a very good audit. We might do, we might not do. But, us telling will not make any difference. The work paper should tell. And we do entirely, we see manually, we do some workings, keep it at different places, it's not organized. And after some years when notice comes or something, comes up, or say peer review comes up, and we then think, where did we go wrong? And, we try to collate work papers, then the client would have gone by then. Yeah, the papers would have been lost by then. Like, there's no work paper, that there's no conclusion, there is no proof of our work. A lot of us have faced, and there have been lot of actions against, auditors for not having work papers. Also, secondly, before you start an audit, what is the most important, what is the first document of an audit, tax audit? Sorry? Are you sure engagement is the first document? Are you sure that is the first one? Sir came one step further, but are you sure that is the first one? MRL. 3 answers already. Fourth? Exactly, appointment. You will have a request letter to accept appointment, and then you have something known as an acceptance letter. Post which, okay, if in case of non-corporate we might not have this, but you will have an appointment letter. Before appointment, how are you giving engagement? You should have a valid appointment letter, right? Like that person is appointing us. Tomorrow if he negates, I never appointed, he signed for me, just like that. They do know why, when this negation will happen? In case they have forgotten to accept in the portal. Then they'll say, he did tax audit, I didn't appoint him itself. And you will not even have proof of appointment. All other work papers gone to the drain. Okay. So the first document is acceptance, the proposal what you said, and then acceptance followed by appointment followed by NOC. Then only comes engagement letter. Okay. And after engagement letter, know your client. KYC. KYC is most important for even continuous clients, not just for new clients, and you should have a document for that. So something known as a profile, okay, client profile we call it, or KYC, or basic information of the client. At least if not full, have one basic paper, one page also is okay. That you did some KYC, it's an existing client, so this much is enough for me. That is also okay. But you need to have that document. And how will you remember all this? Best solution, you have a financials file owned by you, put it in that as sheets. So when we go to Excel, I am going to show you. I always, like in my formats, it's generally the first sheet of the file will be called basic data sheet. Okay, it's called master sheet or basic data sheet, followed by, if it's a corporate, it will also have master data from MCA. Okay, then comes appointment, acceptance. Before that, I have something known as a work status or flow sheet. Okay, so that will contain all of these sheets, whether done or not done. Okay, in my basic data, the first line will be client name, obviously, or client code. The second line immediately will be whether audited by us in previous year. If I say yes, NOC not applicable. If I say no, there itself will ask me NOC date. There itself it will be there whether NOC is required, where is the NOC date. If I have not filled that, that means what? I have not given NOC. I can't start audit before giving NOC. Whether I get a response back is different. I should have sent it, and NOC should be how? Should be sent how? I'm sorry, we had a technical session. I suddenly made it very. NOC should be sent how? Written format. Is mail accepted? Accepted? But how will you prove it? How will you prove that the mail actually reached the person you intended to send? It's always better to send it via registered post. You can send a mail, but also send via registered post acknowledgement due. Okay? And have a track. It gets tracked in 2 days. Put that tracker paper on it. It may be a sticker, it may be a printout. You can track the post, right? Print it along with it, documentation done. Now the other person has replied, not your botheration. Okay, if he's replied, you have to look into it, but if he's not replied, you have proof that you've taken measures. Yes? So, mail, the issue is you cannot, the other auditor might say, this is not even my mail ID. How did you know that this is my mail ID? All those issues can come in. But address, if it's not accepted, itself will come to know, right? The post is rejected, will come to know. So these are certain things that certain precautions that you can take. Simple precautions and easy to finish.
How many days you have to wait till the acknowledgement comes back?
It's a reasonable time, sir. That and all, it's not given. Generally 3-4 days. If it's in same city, 3-4 days you should be receiving. 1 week max. By then you will start. If you don't receive, then you will start, because you presume that there is nothing. If it has distance issues, then you accordingly wait. It's at reasonable time, so there is no specific pointer that you know. But if you find, if you are also suspicious, you might wait a little longer, right? If you're suspicious about the client. Second thing that you need to do is, after this know your client, the second part of know your client is understanding their business. That means what? Talk to them. Talk to them. Have a proof that you had a discussion with the client by recording minutes. It could be simple minutes, not complicated minutes like how companies act record, but it could be simple minutes, and record it that at least I had that first discussion. Because understanding your client, understanding the business environment of the client is also a requirement, whether it is tax audit or stat audit. Both the cases you have to do this. This is as per standards on auditing. Okay. So these few things if you keep in mind, and we are all doing it. Only thing we are not documenting it. That's the biggest problem, because we think it is all going to retain here. Okay, it will retain here. Can I see it? As an external person who is going to review, it could be the assessing officer, it could be anyone. Can I see this, that you have it here? No, right? it has to be on the work paper. It has to be the first few pages of your work paper. It could be electronic, it could be physical, it could be however, but it has to be there. So the best way to start doing it is create the template and keep it. You will just keep changing the template. You know, create that structure and keep it. Okay, this should be there. Even if you don't do it today, say we are in the rush of tax audit because we hardly have say 20 days left, and in between Diwali is coming, there are like, you know, lot of festivities and holidays and weekends, everything are coming. So we don't have, in essence, we have only 10 days left. Correct? So I am sure all of us are in the pressure of closing tax audit. We will not have the time. Once tax audit is closed, we have 60 days time to document. In that 60 days you can do it. But only if you have this template, you have certain checklist to fill. You know, that means what? It will be blank, right? So you will definitely know that you have to fill something here. Automatically you will be doing it. So I want to drive this point, create templates. Work on templates more than working on each client, you know, specific financials. Try to create a general purpose, you know, financial, general purpose letters, and then derive client based from there. Have a generic template, and you can always derive that generic template and, you know, add points. It's easier to close than creating the same file again and again. How many of us are using letters, reports, all these issuance of reports and letters still in Word? Raise of hands please. We are doing in Word. There is no shame, don't worry. Word? All of us are doing Word. How many of you are doing in Excel? Have anyone thought about Excel? Anyone doing Excel? Audit reports, letters in Excel? Amazing, sir. I have one person who is with me. I also do it in Excel. Okay? Audit reports, but for people who are doing in Word, think about things like macros. Okay? Think about mail merge. Okay, mail merge, because engagement letters, acceptance letters, or say those appointment letters, or that all we are only doing. The client is not giving anything. Okay, we only will be creating all those. Because if you ask the client, he will be like, you will do and give, no, I'll sign it. That's what they are going to say. So for all these letters, you can just create a template and keep, and it's not going to change client to client. Engagement, maybe 1 or 2 points will get added. But apart from that, these letters are more or less static. Correct? Prepare that and keep it, and use mail merge to define those, you know, variables. There are not many variables in these letters. Tax audit report, only the answers are variables, right? Okay, I have now, since we have on the tax audit report, how many of us issue a tax audit report first of all? Do we issue? Yes? One person. Any other person? How do we issue the tax audit report? Software, okay, but the thing that you've uploaded on the portal, that's it. Okay, portal you download. What about the places where you have to put in your points, disclaimer, how do you do that? How? That space is very small. Yeah, that space is very small. Okay. Okay, there are a lot of places where in the tax audit report we can't give, because the tax audit report we say true and correct as against true and fair. Okay. So when we say true and correct, the onus falls on us to prove that it is correct, because now we can't have arithmetical issues much. Okay, we can't have much. We can't rely on this cushion that we used to rely on materiality, that has gone with, because correct. Correct means it has to be correct. So there are, but still we can't 100% be correct everywhere. So we need to give some disclaimers some places. Okay. For example, the TDS, one big chart is there. Do you think all of us fill it right? What is the first column of TDS values? The TDS chart, 34 clause. What is the first table of, first column of that table? The value columns I am talking. First value column represents what? Total? Total amount. Applicable amount. But what do we fill actually? Are we checking applicability for each and every item in the P&L? No, right? That is correct then. It's not correct. No, essentially not correct. Are we giving a disclaimer for that? Because definitely we are not giving correct. So, you know, you have to think on those lines, and these disclaimers, these pointers, if you have to give, how are you going to give it? You can give it as an annexure, just upload it, you can upload other documents, right? That can be done and sign and give it to the client. Or you have a soft copy version and you do it accordingly. Up to you, but have a thought on that, okay? I'll show you some formats any which ways. Now, coming back to this part, we are going out of theory, coming back here. So, export this in Tally, in Excel, okay? After you export this, I'll just do it along itself. I'm just exporting. Do you have a Tally data, all of us? Do all of us have a Tally data? We were talking so much so that you could download. I'm not sure if you've downloaded. And install the latest version if whoever does not have it. All of you, whoever has system, do you have a Tally data or reference Tally data, or is that a server access? No, right? How are you guys connecting? They said some installation of software and they moved it somewhere. Where was this moved? Yeah, no, I will share the Tally data then. If they are not having, then we'll share it. Okay, any data of any client, I'm not going to take it anyways. So, if you have any client data or any data for that matter, anyone who does not have a data, whoever is actually doing, no data available? Okay. Sir, can we share this data? How are you sharing? That I can't do. This may have my client information. I'll do a thing, I'll do one more data is there. For this purpose, we can do that. Let me see how much data is there in this. See, for a small group, I don't mind sharing, but for a bigger group, I do mind. Okay, this data I can share. Okay, this is for use of multiple things. However, what certain things I will be able to show it here, but you can just, you know, get the look of where it is. How many of us use Tally for audit? Yeah, are we using those features, analysis features for audit? Has anyone used them? Yes? Yes or no? I am seeing this. I am unable to understand this is yes or no. This is very, very confusing. What does this mean? This is yes or no, or I don't know, or I know but I don't want you to know so that I know what you are going to say. Seriously, I'm unable to understand. Sir. Okay. So anyways, we have time to copy. It is 2:30 now. Okay. Okay. How many of us have actually downloaded that utility from Tally? The extension for non-corporate entity financials. It is actually TSS based. Has anyone downloaded it already? No, right? Okay. No, it's actually license based. So if it's installed in one license, it cannot be reinstalled in again. You know, it will just move out. The moment TSS is removed from here and put somewhere else, it will be showing there, not here. Okay. But the Excel utility, the Excel file, that gets saved and you can use it. So the solution, whichever system has the TSS, keep downloading that XML file and then you can use in any system, because Excel is not TSS based. Only the Tally add-on, that is only TSS based. Okay. Has anyone downloaded already? Yes, no, not interested? No. Okay. See, I am really, because since this topic is going to be relevant next year for most of you, we can also swap and, you know, just get into the analytics part. If you really don't want this part, we'll cut it short and we can go for the analytics part. So it's based on your interest, because the topic actually which we discussed was analysis also, which was missed out in this particular the flyer. Till such time everyone's getting the Tally data, we'll get back to the topic that we have in hand. How many of you can access your TSS in your laptop, in your Tally? Is there anyone who can access the TSS? Like you have the TSS in your laptop? No, right? So you will be essentially just looking at it. But the Excel file, can I also share the Excel file? Can you give me? That I'll mail it? That is a smaller file, I can mail it. The? As a QR code. Oh my god. Okay. So, have you already taken the Tally data?
Just copy here.
No, you take the Tally data first. I'm sharing the Excel file. The XML file, when we generate, I'll just share it. It'll be a smaller file, so I'll just share this bit so that you know it can be with you. Because the thing is, this particular non-corporate entity, it moves. What happened to this file? It didn't get updated. The date is also old. Okay, fine. I think the presentation is the older one, which I changed. Okay, so all of us know what constitutes a financial statement: balance sheet, P&L, cash flow, and notes and explanatory material, including policies. Okay, I'm skipping the the theory part. We've spoken a lot of theory. So now this is the prerequisite. Okay, to have to use that Excel add-on. It's an add-on actually. So to use that, there are certain prerequisites. So the Tally version has to be 6.0 or higher. Okay, and it has to be a valid TSS. Okay, to download that add-on. To use that add-on alone, you need the TSS, but once you have extracted the XML, it does not require any TSS beyond that. Okay, then the version of Excel should be 2016 or higher. Okay, because it is not an Excel SX file, it's an Excel SM file, which is nothing but a macro enabled file. Okay, so for that to work properly, it has to be this version or higher, because there will be certain functions that would have been used which will not be compatible with the earlier versions. Then the access should be full access to either of the 3 reports or all of the 3 reports. Okay, this can be taken only from these places. You can't just directly take it from anywhere. This XML that we are talking about, and the selected year should be always greater than books beginning date, okay, which is there, the company's books beginning date. So if you have a date which is saying, say, from 1st August, then the period that you select also should be from 1st August, not from 1st April. That is what it's meaning. Okay, and the country is India. It only applies to India, no other country it will apply to. Okay, why they have mentioned this? Because Tally supports UAE, Dubai, all of those countries, but this particular feature will not be supported there. Okay, now these are the steps. There's a 3-step and some steps embedded into it. The first step that we talk about is enable the add-on. Okay, now this is a one-time step. Okay, enabling the add-on is a one-time step. You have to just go to the website. Okay, and you will have to put in your TSS number. Once you do that, the TSS add-on will get downloaded. Okay, once that is downloaded, it will be automatically integrated to your Tally software. Okay, all you need to do is update in Tally. That I'll show you. So this particular step you can just see, it is just here because I've already done it in my TSS, so I've taken a screenshot and kept it. Okay, so it's just, you will just go to Tally Solutions website and it will say financials for NCE. Okay, non-corporate entities. You will just have, the moment you click on that add-on to generate non-financial statements for non-corporate entity, once you do that, you will be clicking on your TSS. Once you click on the TSS, you will just say submit. It will be based on the OTP, and the OTP will go to your registered email ID. Okay, and you just click on the submit button and the add-on will get enabled. Okay, how do you do it in Tally? You will just come to F1 and upgrade, or you can, this upgrade is for extending. You can just go to settings, license, manage license, and there is an update option here. Oh, I am so sorry. Yeah, so again I am going F1, settings, license, manage license, and over here you will see one F5 button update. The moment you update, you will see one new icon coming in your F1 called Tally plugins. Okay. I am not able to show you the before and after. If you see in your Tally, you will not be seeing these options. Can you see in your Tally, whoever has Tally version, just open Tally, you will not be seeing something known as Tally plugins. Can you see it? This will come once you just download that Tally file. Okay. Put that OTP and just submit it. Once you do that, you will be able to, once you update it here, you will be able to see a Tally plugin. Now this is the Tally plugin of NCE. Okay, the second one. The first one I have an additional plugin, but otherwise this is the plugin. Okay, that's the first step. This is one time. Till such time you change the TSS, this step is done. You don't have to redo this ever. The second part of that, going back to this presentation, is the, okay. Now what happens is, this is on Tally side, the plugin got installed. The second part, what will happen is, it will automatically get downloaded in Tally folder. Okay, Tally folder, in that you have something known as app resources. Okay, in that there is a plugins folder, and one new folder will be created called Tally statements for NCE. Over here you will get a zip file like this. Okay, you will get a zip file for this. See, now the last time I downloaded, this was the first zip file that was there. Automatically it downloaded the second version, the first version and the third version also. Okay, I have not sat and downloaded these versions, it's automatically there. Okay, so now you just have to extract this, and this file is used for ready for use, sorry. Okay, now once this is done, you don't have to keep doing it, but you can create multiple copies of this file and keep it. Okay, you can have 100 copies also, it does not have a restriction on the number of copies you have to keep. Or second thing, you can just keep replacing the same file also. You don't want to keep copies, you can keep replacing the same Excel file, just replace the data and it will rework for the next client. Okay, now this part is one time I told you. The next part, okay, the export, because we have now the setup of the plugin also, the Excel file is also ready. The second part is, you will go to any of those three reports that I mentioned, balance sheet, profit loss account or trial balance, and you will click on Alt T export. Okay, this part unfortunately none of us have TSS, so you will not be able to see it in your system, but this is how it's going to be done. So you can just make a note of this. I'll just share this screenshot of this page. It has everything put in one. So I'll just share a screenshot of this one, so you can have it for reference. But for now, this is the place where you will do it, and then what you will have to do, you will have to configure. Okay. What are the configuration points? If you just say export data for, whether you want to do it for current and previous year, or just for the current year, or just for the previous year. Okay, this is what the first option is. Current year end date. Okay, in our case it's going to be 31st March 25. Now it's asking whether the previous year data is in a separate company. Basically it's asking, do you have a split data or a continuous data? If you have in a separate company, say yes and select the path for that. If you have in the current in the same Tally data, then you say no, it will automatically pick the previous year from this. The second thing that's asking is, do you want to have the ledgers with zero balances? Do you want to show them or not required? So accordingly it will take. I have said yes for other reasons. Then export trade receivables and payables bill wise. Okay, if your client is maintaining bill wise correctly, you can do this. For NCE we can always go without bill wise also. So that way what will happen, it will pick from the trial balance, as simple as that. We will come to that. I am saying yes for everything. Stock details in item wise ledger, item wise / ledger. Do you want that? Then again for stock also it's asking, do you want to exclude zero balances? Basically not make it bigger. Do you want balances or no? Okay, I have said no for now. Then show company address, type of address. Okay, Now this part is if it has multiple locations. Okay, that's why it's asking what is the type of address do you want. Do you want head office address? Do you want branch address? Depending on for whom you're preparing the financials, you will be selecting that address. Okay, now export to this file, we can always change the path. I'm just keeping it here for the time being. Okay, export to wherever you are going to save it, and you can rename this file. Anything or even the XML can be renamed, and the Excel file also can be renamed. So I'll just keep NCE, okay, and Control A. Now can you see there is one XML called nce.xml. This is the file. Your base is ready, and this is one time process of linking, after which you can simply keep using the previous year's grouping. Okay, so I'll open this version. I'll just create a copy of this file. Now this NCE, I'll just share it with you. For people who have the data, okay, anyways this will not be possible. I'll just zip this file and share it. Till such time you are downloading, we will discuss certain pointers. Okay, I missed out your name, excuse me. What's your name? Sorry? Srinivas. I have shared two things. One is the Excel file and also the XML. There are two different mails, so that also should be shared.
Put in Google Drive, share my screen.
Sorry?
I will put in Google Drive.
Okay.
And maybe
On the screen, okay. Okay. But can you make it faster? At least these are smaller files, you can just send it across. The data is not relevant as of the moment. The Excel and the XML is more important. Okay. Meanwhile, so once this export, okay, I'll just discuss a little pointers on this file. I'll just open the file till you receive the, okay. So now for this you need to know where your Tally software is installed. And where do you install your Tally software, by the way? C drive? Why? Why load something which is already loaded? Do not save your installation, do not install external softwares in C drive, because C drive is already loaded. Okay? The heavier your C drive is, the slower your system gets. This is for?
QR code அதை ஸ்கேன் பண்ணாங்கன்னா கூகுள் டிரைவ்லையும் போகும். அதுலேருந்து அவங்க டேட்டாஸ்.
Where is the QR code?
No sir, October 2025. October
This,
2025.
yeah, one second.
அது ஸ்கேன் பண்ணுறோம்.
Yeah, can you just scan this? Like whoever wants the files can scan it. Whoever is convenient, I mean like happy looking at the screen, you can do that.
மொபைலில் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணிக்கோங்க சார். ஸ்கேன் பண்ணினா அந்த லிங்க் இப்போ இந்த சிஸ்டமில் போட்டிங்கன்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக எல்லா டேட்டாஸும் அதில் விடும்.
Just scan this, you will get a link. You can just paste that link or type that link on you know, in your system. You will be getting the access to the files. So you can just scan it, WhatsApp to anyone, and take that WhatsApp in the link if you have WhatsApp web version. How many of you have attended AICA? Anyone attended that? No? Yes, scanned. Has everyone scanned this? There's so much silence in the room today. Okay, so try to install any third party apps or these files in other than C drive. Two reasons: first thing, your C drive gets loaded; second thing, it can easily corrupt your system if you download a corrupted file. C drive gets affected directly. Otherwise, at least, sorry,
LED pointer.
I as of now don't require it. How do you turn it? Okay, this is it. Okay, tally data you can skip for the time being. You can just download the Excel and the XML file. If that is there with you, we can proceed further. Okay, I'll repeat the steps for Excel and the XML thing. The first thing is to enable this add-on, download the add-on. So once you put the TSS and you click on submit, the add-on will get downloaded and it will automatically be pasted at the relevant places, okay, in your Tally software. It will go in the latest version of your Tally software and it will paste itself. Then what you have to do is, you will have to just go and click on update, which is available in F1 license, manage license update. Once you do that, the Tally plugin will be showing in your software, okay. The second part of it, the Excel file, it will be available in Tally folder, app resources, plugins, okay. In that you will be seeing financial statements for NC. It will be a zip file, you just have to unzip it, okay. Yes, that folder, so the scanner, that's closed actually. Anyone has a link? Can I get that pen drive back? But I think yeah, the scanner, the QR, sorry. Yes, so once you do that, you will be able to see the Tally plugin. The Excel part of it, that will get saved in your app resources folder. In the same Tally installation folder, you will have something known as app resources and you will see plugin and financial statements for non-corporate, okay. It will be a zip file, zip it and then you can use the file. Now I am opening the Excel file. How many of you have actually received the files and downloaded it, ready for use? How many of you? Show of hands please, otherwise I am not able to understand. Okay. Do I wait for the others? Do I wait for the others or do we proceed? Proceed? Okay. Okay, so I'll open this file. This Excel file is an Excel SM file, okay. Do not rename it as Excel SX, first instruction. It should be an Excel SM file only, otherwise a lot of these automations will not work, right, okay. So it has to be in that same format, okay. That is the first step. Now this Excel, it is XML, okay. There, can you see the first option there? Select XML to import. This is what you need to do also. Imagine you have data of previous client, you can simply clear as clear data, okay. Now I am just opening this file and this is the XML file. Automatically you will be seeing all details, whatever you have fed into the system will get auto populated directly with an option to edit, okay. You can modify certain things. Now whatever you see in yellow, one second, yeah, now whatever you see in yellow, the orange marked, you are able to see yellow but this is actually orange, okay. Those things are, those details are to be entered by you, okay. The software does not have these information. Whatever it has, it is still selected but you will still have to enter these, okay. For example, signatory details, auditor details, and there are like few more things that are there below. share of profit, owner details and all of those, and you can also update. Okay. So we don't have any information already, put inside. Basically from here it would have just updated. Okay. But we don't have that information, so it's not coming in. Now PAN number, you obviously have to put in the PAN number. Type of entity is basically the status, whether it is an individual, HUF or a partnership. Okay. In this case it's an individual. Okay. Now these 3 items will define where, what, how. Okay. So first thing is round off amount to nearest. So you can choose based on the requirement, whether it is thousands or lakhs or whatever. I'll keep it default for now. Now trade receivables and payables. Do you remember one option where it came in that you can have trade receivables and payables? Do you want bill wise? That information is what it is asking. What is your source of trade receivables and payables? Whether it's going to be the aging schedule or whether it be the trial balance. So these are the 2 options. So if you just click on this, it will ask whether as per trial balance closing or as per trade receivables or payable sheet. As of now, we'll keep a trial balance closing. Second thing is PP in IA block. Okay, whether you are going to follow net block concept or you are going to follow cross block concept. Okay, that is about it. What is net block, cross block? All of us are aware, right? Just to make it a little lighter. Because everyone's so serious. I am trying to make it so light as possible, but still everyone wants to be serious. We are already serious at office. Okay. Now, coming to this part. The actual trial balance and those items. Okay. Now, if you just see, Tally has by default classified items based on what it has understood, based on our classification in the software. Okay. So it gave you the name, parent group, the main group, which is the primary group, and tally group. Okay. So it's basically saying what is like the main group and tally group. It's actually both are the same. Nature of group, opening balance. Okay. This nature of group is for you to fill if there is any details. Let's see what is there in this. Well, it's liabilities or asset or whatever. Okay. Now this bifurcation is for, first is for current, non-current. Second is for trade receivables. Same place, you can use it for both purposes. If it's loans and those items in the nature of loans and other things, it will be current, non-current, same place. For trade payables or receivables, it will be 6 months and less than 6 months. That's the aging. Now these are the classifications for mapping into financials. Okay. The first bit up to here, up to closing balance and this bifurcate balance is tally info. Okay. This bifurcate balance is for us to bifurcate the current maturities, all those short term, long term, or say trade receivables less than 6 months, more than 6 months. That is for that. Now this part of classification is for the financials. Okay. These column L to P. If you have this on your screen, you will be able to see. Now you can start working on it. Okay. I'll just freeze panes so that we can see little further. How do you freeze panes? View, yes. Okay, for the benefit of people who do not know, freeze panes is available here. Okay, in the view tab under Windows. Okay, these are called freeze top row, top column, and freeze panes. Wherever you keep the cursor, the left and top part will get frozen. Okay. So now that we have information, let's just start working on it. Okay. By default, Tally has already classified certain items. If you can see, it has already said whether it is P&L or balance sheet, basically revenue or non-revenue. Okay. And then it said what is the nature, basically if it's liability, asset, income or expense, based on debits and credits. Okay. Then the third one is it has also regrouped based on the requirement of non-corporate entity, which group it will come and fall. Okay. By as per what you have entered. Now you want further grouping or you want to make amendments, you can do. Okay. So we will go with the grouping that Tally has already done. I will give you an example of the grouping that it is done. Okay. Owner's capital account. Okay, owner's capital account. There's only one capital account, unfortunately, otherwise you would have seen that there are many. So now what will happen, I'll just introduce some capital accounts just for the heck of it. So let's just pick something from the capital account. I'm just filtering some capital account details here. Okay, from the capital account I've gotten only one entry. Okay, just presuming that there are two more entries here. Okay, there is a closing balance. Okay, I have 21,000 balance left, so I'm just going to split it here. So I'll say 20,000 here and 1,000 here. Okay. Okay. Now presuming that these are actually existing, here also I'll make it like balance sheet and say liabilities and say owner's capital account. Okay. Now that we have put it in, okay, if you see, by default whatever Tally could understand, it has already mapped. All we need to do is check the mappings for each of the items. Now let's see opening, if we're going to do like this, okay, why it takes time for us to prepare financials is because we try to see line item wise. Actually, how should you be seeing is filter out based on groups. Okay. So the first thing that you can do is the trial balance. If you see, any financials for that matter, there are few items that eat up a lot of space. The first item in your trial balance is the PP, okay, the FA, basically fixed assets, that take a lot of space. In case if it's for corporates, each asset may have 2 or 3 ledgers depending on how it's maintained. If the client maintains, say, gross block, accumulated depreciation, salvage value, then 3 ledgers for each fixed asset. If they maintain only gross block and accumulated depreciation, still 2 ledgers for each of the item. Imagine if they have 100 FA, 200 ledgers are fixed for PP, correct? So that you can remove out, because PP essentially we have a depreciation calculation fully that comes into picture. Generally we don't link it to trial balance, correct? So first move it out. Fixed assets. Okay, in my case luckily there is only one, but still I have already chosen PPE and IA net. Okay, now second classification, now can you see, you are able to see whether what it is actually falling into. So now I have motor vehicles, so I have to choose the right item that comes into, there is something called vehicles. So once I choose this, it will on the right, unmapped will go off. Okay, so I am done with FA. Like this, in this there was only one item, but generally there are many. Then next is sundry debtors and creditors. They take a lot of space. Okay, so filter them out, and for sundry creditors we have only 3 things that we need to do. If it's debit balance, it will go to advance. Some people maintain like that, some people say okay, net off I am going to show. However it is your call. So here what you can do, you can create a number filter greater than 0. Okay. In this case what has happened is generally credits are shown in negative and debits are shown in positive. But here, if you just notice, all, one second, I just want to be sure about it. All debits are shown in negative and all credits are shown in positive. Okay, that's the first thing that you have to notice. Now I am just undoing it, and now what I am going to do, I am going to say number filter greater than 0. Okay, now I get all items that are greater than 0. Where will it be grouped? Trade payables. Now you have to choose whether it is MSME or non-MSME. Okay, in case you have put that detail in your registration detail, this will get auto chose. Like it can be chosen by itself, it will choose. But if you have not put that details, then it will come here. You will have to choose. Okay, I am just, for the heck of it, I am just choosing non-MSME. Okay, done at one point. Second, go back to the filter and now choose the rest. So basically, I can remove the filter from here, and here I can choose that what I have not already filled. So I will choose the blanks here. Okay. And I am going to say, I will just pick it up. So if you can see, it is sitting at unmapped as of now, and here I will be choosing, here this I will be changing to advance from okay, it has no balance, so it's not relevant. Okay, so it doesn't matter, I will just simply choose non-MSME and finish it off, because it's anyways has no balance. Otherwise, you have to choose it as asset and change it. So done. Next will be sundry creditors, and you are thinking it is taking so much time. Next year you can just use this mapping and pull it inside. You can save the mapping and keep it, and it will be auto pulled inside. Okay. Now, say the third item that eats up space is sundry debtor. If creditors eat your space, even debtors eat, okay, lot of space. So here I have a positive amount. If you can see, there is a positive amount here, which means it's credit balance, correct? So this will not be under trade receivables, I will make it under other current liabilities. So it's not an asset itself, it's a liability, correct? So change it, then you will be able to see other liabilities. In that you will be able to see advance from customers. Okay, once chosen, the mapping will go. Others were already chosen. If you just see, I have not chosen those, it was already mapped. Like this we can continue. Okay, so before we start, I would like you, because this is a very small data, I would like for you to start looking into the mapping. It's just 90 line items. Please look into the data that you have. Okay, please try to map it and try to use the next mapping level, which we are now going to discuss. Please look into the screen for one more minute. I will give you some time to try it out yourself, because it may seem easy for the first time. Only one time you will face this difficulty of how to map and all of that. If we have already been doing this way, it will be very, very easy. Have you, sir, who said you take 3 hours or so, 4 hours, have you been doing your financials in this fashion? No, sir. I thought
Sorry, I did it directly in Excel.
this is Excel only, sir. I am asking.
That's what I am not doing it like this in this.
No. I am okay, sir. This is tally. It's okay. But is it similar fashion you are doing?
We used to extract that TV, group wise we will set it up. According to group we will prefer.
Okay. So this is what I want to drive you. No, sir. This is where you are wrong. This is how I prepare financials. This is okay. This is Excel has given a utility, but if you see my financials file, it will be similar to this, and which I have been doing for 10 years now, minimum. So this is not as complicated as you think it is. Only thing, you are not used to using filters fast. But if you start using filters fast, your 3 hours will become half an hour in no time. It takes me only half an hour to map it.
Automatically it will come in the balance.
But sir, you have to map the groupings, right? It's hierarchical.
TV itself it will come.
You don't expand your debtors and creditors, do you?
Even if it is expanded, even thousands of lines also will come. Just drag it up.
Yes, sir, that's what. So you will have to do it, no, manually. That's the whole point. So here it is ledger based, na? So this will not take that much time. I'll tell you how this will become easier only the first time it will be like, you're thinking it is taking time, and I'm discussing. If I wouldn't have been discussing with you, I would have finished in 10 minutes. But the whole point of this particular software is that this particular non-corporate entity, see, I am not vouching for Tally, but they've done a good job. They've actually done a good job in the manner of these three options that are on top. Okay, the first option that I am talking about is copy mapping from previous year. Okay, that's the first feature. And the second one is you update notes with classification 5. Okay, now I'll tell you what is this classification 5. Now capital account, there you have something known as current account. Yes, and we want to show that in the balance sheet notes. Okay, now current account is not by default available. You can create one mapping called current account, and you will just put it here, you will just type it here, imagining, okay, this is owner's capital account, right? So I am filtering the capital account here. And imagine now this is capital, so I will just choose capital here for this entry. Okay, so I will just say capital 1, okay, capital 0, and I will say capital 1, I will say this also capital 1, and this one I will say current. Okay. There seems to be some issue. Yeah, in other liabilities we'll do it. So imagine I already have GST payable account, okay, but I want to keep it as CGST separate, SGST separate and IGST separate. So I will now create something called CGST payable, okay, and this one is going to be again GST payable, again CGST payable, okay. This is duty others, so I will say other payables, okay, and it is asking me to specify nature. I also do not know, so I am also going to say others. Okay, this is IGST, so again GST payable, and I want to say IGST payable. Okay, similarly for the others, say this is IGST KFC here. Okay, something. So let's say this is also SGST. Okay, this is CGST, this is IGST and SGST and so on. Okay. Okay, just presuming these are the groupings that we want to do. Now all I need to do at the moment, you will be able to see in the notes. Okay, this will come in 4 to 6 notes, I think. Yeah, it should be coming here only. Yeah, over here you can see that you will not be able to see any such item other than GST payable. Okay. Now I am coming back to this screen and I will say update notes with classification 5. Okay. Now I will go back to that note and we will be able to can you see this? Other liabilities. Okay. There seems to be some error in the file, but generally it gets updated as a separate line item. I'll just do it for something else and I'll show you. But you know, once you put in classification 5 and you just click on this update, and it will just, the new note names that you've given, it will get updated here. There seems to be some mishap because I've tried it myself and it actually works. Any which ways, moving forward, this I will just look into and come back. Let's see if others has come in. Yeah, others came in, but this didn't come. Okay, so the okay, sorry, my bad. You will have to choose others here and then say GST payable. Okay, other payables and then say GST, say CGST payable, and it will come. So you will have to keep choosing others and then you have to choose CGST payable. It's my error. So you know, you will have to keep choosing this and accordingly select whether it is IGST. As of now, I am just going to keep it till here and select everything as IGST. Okay, and then say update notes with classification 5. Okay, you can't choose an existing note and then say that you know you have to choose others. It was my bad that I actually did that. Yeah, so now you will be able to see CGST payable, IGST, all of that will get auto added and you will have the financials in the format that you want. Okay, now there is one more thing that is there. In the P&L or in the balance sheet, you will be able to see that you know all the details have been you know updated, but you will also be able to see that there are these many ledgers that have not been updated till now. You will be also able to see that these are the ledgers that are not mapped yet. Okay, so in case you miss out mapping, similarly for assets separately you will be able to see that there is 3,78,000 still not mapped to any grouping. Okay, then also you will be able to see a difference. The moment everything is mapped and there is no difference, this will vanish. Then there is an option to print all, okay, or print current. These options are there. I will give you some time. Please just map the you know the ledgers so that you know we can proceed to the next sheet. Please map the ledgers to in the TB current year. Just for simplicity, I have not even taken previous year data so that we can just you know close this at this point. What time is the break?
3:30.
What's the time now? 3:20. Okay, we have 10 minutes. So please try mapping. Sorry? Yes, it is shared. This Excel is shared, the XML is shared. You will have to import it. Do I show you where to do it? Excel and XML have you shared? It's there in the same link. In the drive. Just go to the basic info. See, just get the feel of it, and trust me, you can use this for non-corporates as well, like corporates as well. I'll tell you how you can use this file for corporates. You may not be able to use the entire this file, but you can use that TB current year. Finish your mapping and then bring it to your regular Excel format. You can use that way. Like though this mapping will not work, but at least you will get it in columnar format how you want it, right? We want columnar format. I told you third method. This is one of the. This is the third. Sorry. No numbers. That's what you will have to get the numbers, sir. So you have the Excel file. You have the XML. Yes. I'll now guide you how to do it. Please extract the zip file. You should have one Excel XM file and one thank you. One Excel SM file and one XML file. one Excel SM file and one Excel file you already would have received. Open the Excel file, get into the basic info, it will open at the basic info sheet. Okay. In that you have something known as select XML to import. Please click on that, you will be able to get a folder path. Wherever that XML file is saved, select the path and select that XML file. Okay. Once you select, you will be seeing that data is getting automatically entered in. Sorry. Macros have been blocked. Yeah, you will have to enable it. No, not here. Is anyone getting this error of security? Yes, I will tell you how to do it. Okay, for the benefit of everyone. Okay, you will have to go to File, okay, Options, or you can just go to Info. Okay, this protect, or you just have to enable the access. 1 second. Sir, can you click on Info? Because for me it is already enabled. Okay, perfect. So you just press escape on that screen. Yeah. Go back to Files, Options. Give me a second. I seem to have forgotten. 1 second. Yeah, that only. Trust Center settings. Okay, macro settings, Trust Center settings, macro settings. What is the setting for you, sir? No, macro settings.
Okay.
Yeah, you have disable, you say enable. Okay. You have to go into macro settings, enable VBA macros, okay, and it will open. Okay, macro settings, enable VBA macros and click on OK. Okay, over here also click on OK. I think now you will have an option to enable content. On top you will get some bar, status bar telling enable content. Just click on OK, sir. Don't need to do anything. Trust Center settings. Macro settings. You've already done it. Just click on OK. Yeah, OK again. That's it. No. You have to.
Close and then open.
No, I think it should work now. Generally it happens. Okay, try closing and opening, sir, then.
Okay, fine.
Try closing and opening. I'm standing right here, so I need to know the Excel file.
Maybe admin, this thing they have stopped.
No, nothing like that. Can you open Excel directly? Can you just open Excel? No, don't open any file, just open Excel. Or start Windows. 1 second. Okay. Just 1 second.
You open this one.
No, it's okay. Windows. Yeah. Anyone else facing this issue? Okay. Try this Trust Center. Just close all Excel files. Open Excel per se. Go to Trust Center, macro settings, enable VBA macro. Second thing is enable content. Okay, 1 second, just hold on. I think there is something else to it. Yeah.
You can just right click on properties, and here there will be a security. You just need to unblock, then you'll be able to.
Okay, if that works, great. Okay, fine. Okay, she has given me a solution, but from here also you'll have to do this. But if that is working, then great, we'll go ahead with that one itself. Yeah, so right click on the file, properties. Yes, ma'am, properties. Okay. Oh, thank you. I've never faced this, maybe because I use macros all day and day. Oh, no, generally I've never faced it in my system. Okay, nice. That's a good solution. Just right click the file, the Excel file that you have. There in the properties there is an option of security, last option, unblock there. I've never faced this issue, so maybe I've never thought about it. Okay, properties. Right below this attributes, there is, if at all you have block settings, you will have unblock option. Just click on that and you will be able to access it. Sir, are you able to open now? Yeah, thank you so much. I was getting into Excel and finding solution because that's how generally we do. Tea break, oh? Have you gotten the file? After tea break, we will take 10 minutes. I will give you 10 minutes. Please map it because it's only 90 line items. So just map the grouping wherever it's not grouped alone. Remaining is automatically grouped. So you can just filter like this. Okay. Over here, click on the filter button and go for things that are not grouped because we are not focused on accuracy here. We just want to group it so that the financials tally. Then we'll focus on certain bifurcations and all of those things, how that happens. This Excel file per se there is not much to discuss, but there are some sheets in this which I want to discuss. Okay. So these ungrouped ledgers, try grouping them, create a classification. If you want to experiment with classification 5, just put in the others of that particular section. Okay. For example, this ineligible credits. Okay. So over here, if you just put, it will come under other expense. Here it is rates and taxes, but if you want to be very specific, okay, and say I want ineligible credits to be coming separately, like you can always get into other expenses and create ineligible, something like that. Please experiment with that. As of now, I will just put it under rates and taxes. Okay. After tea break, we are going to do this like 10 minutes for whoever is actually having the system and wants to do. Remaining, we will just try to, you can extend your tea break actually for whoever is not doing it. Yes, sir. We can break for tea. Yeah. In your data. Because this data is used hundreds of times, there are so many deletions of data that has happened, there is so much of modification done to this data to cater to whichever speakers need it was. Okay. So if you see some bugs, try it out in your data and see if you are really seeing those bugs. Okay. So for that you have to just validate the TSS and try. But do you want to do this now or not is a question that you need to ask. The second thing which I want to inform is, see, I am not vouching for this format. I am just saying that it can ease your work, but your caution is required. Basically, if one auditor says something, we say auditor's best judgment. So your judgment is definitely required. You have to do this analysis. I am in no way saying that this format is complete in all aspects. I am in no way saying that. But does this ease your work? Definitely. Okay, but it will not give you everything. If you have recorded, by you I am meaning, if your client has recorded so well, or you have advised the client to make those grouping changes, make those amendments in the data, so that you can easily finish up this mapping, then okay. This mapping is not the way. Actually, I wanted to tell this by the end of the session. Since this was asked, I will just put it up front. The first thing that you can take up for any client of yours is cleaning their data. It can be a one-time solution that you give to the client, okay, to clean up their data, to set up certain basic requirements which cater to the requirement of financials, which cater to their requirement of maybe they need in certain ways. So you can do all that, and this is called structuring of accounts, okay. And you can enable security, because with edit log coming in and for non-corporates we don't even have edit logs. So when we don't have edit logs, the authenticity of entry passing, we wouldn't even know if someone has tampered with it. Yes, that is one thing which there is a major issue and lacuna in that. And anything you ask the client, why there is a change, enakku theriyadu unga team da vanduchu audit pannappo edho panntaanga. Have you heard this? All of us would have heard this, that auditors only did something. Yes, cut it off right there. Have a separate audit login ID, auditor's login ID, which does not allow editing or entering. It is only display mode. Please do that. And how many of you, let me just get out of this, how many of you get into Tally, you get into a ledger, okay, forget articles, us CAs and experienced CAs, we just get inside like this and start vouching. How many of us do this? Get into the entry like this and start vouching or referring, or you want to analyze some transaction. How many of us do this? Inadvertently we just, without even realizing, we just press this enter. How many of us do this? No? Then what do you do, sir? You take printout, but if you want to analyze a transaction, how do you do that? Now there are some purchase entries for this Adarsh enterprise. You want to see if all these are right. Either you will do shift enter. You are not able to see everything here, so you just press enter. This is how we see, right? Entries. This is not how you are supposed to see entries. Instead of enter, put a habit. Teach your articles, teach your stuff. Alt enter. It is also voucher mode. You can see everything that you can see pressing enter, but you can't do any edits. No matter what you want to do, you cannot touch the entry. Please teach them to use alt enter. Your shortcut should always be alt enter, not enter. Alt enter. Okay, that is the shortcut that you should be using, and shift enter as we use to expand. The same shortcut works here also. So if you want to expand further, if you want to see bill wise, you want to see go down, can you see main location, go down, the allocation, accounting, if you have cost center detail, everything will be shown here. It is in essence the voucher view, but you will not be editing anything. Edit logler, your name will not come, if you are doing for corporates, that is. Okay, and for non-corporates, again you will not be making any edits. You can always say my team does not press enter itself. My team does not enter. But best solution is create a user ID for yourself, one master user ID where you will have editing permissions, because we need to have full access to check the data. Second access is for your articles and team, wherein they cannot do any creation or editing. Okay, security control. Please, we do it as a practice for clients. We enable security control. The bigger the entity gets, the more security is required. Now, some people in your head will be thinking, my client, one accountant, one business, edukidalla. One accountant also, tomorrow can become two, first thing. Second one accountant also requires some checks and balance. He's only one, there's no maker checker concept also here. So don't they require some check and balance? Don't give them editing permission. Let them have only creation. Edit panna, then the owner will also come to know, why is he editing so many times? Accounts theriliya, or he's just negligently making errors, he or she. There could be many reasons, and that is why work is not getting done on time. It could be many things that can come across. So try to convince your client. See, change, we being knowledgeable, we resist change so much. So they come from a business background, more laid back background, okay, so they will definitely be resisting change. It's only per convincing power that we already have so much. You have to just convince like in such a way, and don't try to push everything at once. It's just like how I said, step by step approach. With the client also it works that way only, step by step approach. But designing of accounts, one time if you do, it can help you a lot of ways. We actually have an entire setup. I have a file, a template for designing of accounts itself, because that we do as a vertical. But you know, this saves client a lot of issues, like you know, modification of data on its own. They pressed enter by mistake, control pantanga, all those errors comes into light. Second thing, make a checkup concept, like only few people have modification rights. So if you have a three-member accounts team, one person will be a data entry person, or two people can be data entry, one will be a manager, a person who leads them. Yes, so the lead person only has editing permission, the other two do not have, they only can enter. And then roles and responsibilities. So the person who is into purchase angle, like purchase, will not have payment control. They can't touch payments. The person who is doing sale can't touch receipts. This is again make a checkup. Okay. So please try to enable certain things, and if the client size is a little bigger, focus on SOPs. What SOPs am I talking here? Accounting SOPs. Accounting and IT related to accounting SOPs. They might have a general SOP, focus on that. If it's a corporate compulsory, please keep SOPs. All this you have to push, because this is only our value add. Today, as of today also, majority of us are only doing post-mortem. We are not focused on value add at all. The client is coming to us for value add, not for post-mortem. This issue, you know what, there was a joke that came into my mind. Every CA, what they think of is like, you know, ayo vantar, ipo ella issues solla porar. That's what they think. Why don't we change that narrative and make it like, you know, yes, if we came, we will find something, we'll also give solution. We actually do, only our approach is not right. We try to focus on the problems. We can, you know, shift that and create solution oriented, you know, issues. We will discuss issues only, but the orientation, the approach has to shift. We can no longer be in the post-mortem scenario where we finish the audit, like the accounts are over in March itself. We are sitting in September, October and saying the problem, that problem, it's not going to work out. Have we become like, you know, forward, and have we said, okay, this was the issue, now settle this? And the discussion we are not having. Again next year we are sitting somewhere in September and we are again doing the same discussion. Last year this happened, this happened. What changes did it, you know, what change happened after that? What are we implementing? What are we suggesting to the client? Please have a slide for that. Create a presentation. They will feel, oh my God, so much work is done. You know, it's nothing. You just create a presentation. These are the changes that we advise. One slide, not many I am saying, one slide or one paper maybe, one printout maybe, and say these are all the issues that we found in this year and these are the possible suggestions I am giving. Simple solution, but the client will think, oh my God, so much value is done for me. You know, so much work is done for me. In essence, you are actually doing that. Only thing, we don't have anything to show. We are worst marketers. The difference between us and MBAs is only this. Like, you know, because a lot of MBAs only turn out to be CEOs, CFOs, right? Lot of CAs also who have done MBAs only turn out to be CEOs, CFOs. The reason is we don't know how to market. Because we don't know, that's why orientation, all that has come into picture. Because we don't know how to speak. We don't know how to market, basically. So everything in this today's scenario, what is seen, sells. So we are not showing our work. We are doing work, but no one can see that. The client in the end only sees one small audit report, which also they are scared. Advance potangla, if the loan, will I get loan? They are bothered about that only. Otherwise, audit report they are not bothered. This audit report only can give them loan. It can only give them, you know, the audit, based on the audit report only they will get, you know, certain benefits. Only for that they are getting audited. You know, so these value adds can, you know, make a lot of difference in the way the client perceives you. Okay, so this alt enter was one of the shortcuts that I wanted to drive. Second shortcut that I am only discussing this so that people who are mapping can finish their mapping. and also listen at the same time. I hope you can do both. Okay. The second one is we are still in the old scenario where we do display, accounts, ledger. Please forget it. All G, whatever you want, all reports are here. Okay. One of the major reports that you can think of is negative stock. This is one of your work papers in any audit that you do. Negative stock, these are all the negative stocks in this ledger. You want to go day wise? All C, from which period you want to see? Primary. You can just click on, one second. Okay, you can just get into any of the stock and just go like day wise. You can go on running balances. So if you have major stock items, just press F12. Just a second. These are only closing balances. So all what you can do, Alt N auto column, and daily will be too much. So you can go for say monthly and just say okay, I have checked. Okay, monthly, in between have you had any negative stock? This is only closing balance. You can go monthly. If you have that much bandwidth to take daily, you can go for daily because 365 columns is going to come, and we only focus on quantity, right? So we can think on quantity alone. So you will get 365 columns. This is your work paper. Second work paper, valuation. Okay, stock summary. Okay, all C. From this period, type, etc. Method of valuation. The client says I follow FIFO. Select FIFO and see if the valuation is correct. Can you see a difference in the valuation? That means the valuation is not correct. See, wherever there is difference, go ahead inside and check. Okay. I'll just see if there is some other valuation method. Maybe by mistake he told me this. Let me see. So you can have Alt N, stock valuation methods. All the valuation methods will come into picture. Okay, these are all the valuation methods available. This is the default 241 or 2041. None of the valuation method this is matching. It's matching with standard cost. No, average cost. So they have actually followed average and told us FIFO by mistake. Okay, and if they've changed, we have a point, right? Whether the method of valuation has been, if there is any change in the method of valuation, this could be a work paper for that. Okay. All G you can do anywhere, sir. It's like Control F in Excel. All G. Okay, you want me to slow down? You want me to repeat once more? Okay, all G anywhere, whichever screen you are, you can just press Alt G. For example, you are in the, just assuming you are in the cash book. Okay, you are in cash book. Suddenly you want to see profit loss account. Okay. So you will just see, say Alt G, type profit and loss account, and you will reach profit and loss account. Press escape, back to cash book. Okay. So you no longer have to come out. Imagine you have passing audit closure entries for the client. Imagine you are doing that. Please don't do. Not advisable at all. Stop doing that. Okay. Imagine that you are doing. Now you are in the entry. Now suddenly you forgot the value. I want to see the ledger balance. So I will click on Alt G, ledger vouchers. Okay, here you will only be able to see the group style, okay, not the names. You can't see any names here. You have to get into that particular area. Either you want to see ledgers, and you have to click on ledger vouchers, then go to ledgers. If you want to see groups, you have to click on groups first. Okay, these are only what are the types of reports that are there. Okay, ledger. Now I want to see cash balance. Imagine I'll just come here and see cash. Okay. And press escape again, you are back to this screen. Okay. So no longer we need to do this of coming out and redoing. It's no longer to be done. This can be done like this. One more thing. Now you are in a value column. Okay. We also do accounts for us, right? In Tally only we do. So you are here and you want to calculate TDS. Just assuming you can simply click Alt C, and I'll just pass a new entry. Alt A is the shortcut for that. Alt C works here also. I'm sure if you know it, great. If you do not know it, you can note it down. Alt C means, you know, add new. Okay. Alt C in the ledger place, you will be able to open a new ledger. Alt C in the group place, for example, Alt C, I'll just create A account. Here also Alt C, new group. If you are in stock place, you will be able to create a new stock. Stock group, if you are standing at, you will be able to create a new stock. Okay, that is there. And imagine I am passing a interest on loan. Okay, say 10 lakhs loan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, into 10%. Okay, as it is, the calculation will come as the value. I am sure if for people who do not know, this is how you can pass your entries and use this as calculator, but not using Control N. Use Alt C instead, so that you can just, you know, whatever you calculate, the result will come as value automatically. You don't have to look and type. Okay. If you have some value stored, some complex value, 18,847.64, obviously you are not going to remember. Just put it in the calculator and then come here and just press Alt C, go to that value and say enter. You will be able to, it will automatically come. So you don't have to remember these errors of 45 becoming 54, 64 becoming 46, all those can get done with. You saw the value, typed it in the calculator, come to the place where you have to enter it, press Alt C, take that value, whichever value. Imagine I want to take 10 lakhs now. I want to take this value. Okay. Okay. Okay, imagine I want to take this value now, it will come automatically. So this is the shortcut Alt C, which works in all places differently. Okay. So this is about one of the few shortcuts that are there. Coming back, have you mapped whoever was mapping? How many people have actually attempted to map? Are you able to map? Is there any difference in the financials? No, right? I'll also quickly just map it in other expenses because I just want to tally it. Or wait, let me just, okay, other expenses only. And I'm just mapping everything in rent, okay, just to tally this. Yeah, but for non-corporate, there's nothing known as reserves and surplus. Okay, over here you can check wherever you are seeing unmapped is where I have to do other assets. I'll just put it as security deposits. Okay, here we are not discussing all this, so I'm just quickly finishing it off. Okay, we are not discussing on the legality, though I discussed a little bit of legality, but you know, most here we are more here on the discussion of how to, you know, practically do it. It was my fault actually. I generally start with a disclaimer that I don't talk legal. Please don't talk to me legal. Yeah, the financials is telling. Now moving on to the other sheets. So now imagine you did this work for current year. Okay, previous year data is also imported. All you need to do is, once you finish this, copy mapping, sorry, not here. You have to go to the previous year and there will be one option called copy mapping from current year. Simply copy whatever ledgers that were not there alone, the mapping will not have come, that alone you will have to do. Okay, repeating again. So imagine you have 90 ledgers and last year you had some 88 ledgers, out of which 86 ledgers were matching. 2 ledgers are not matching with the current file. Okay. So for those 2 ledgers you will have to do the mapping manually. Other 86 automatically, whatever you did for last year will come for current year also. Okay. For current year will come for the previous year also. Okay. So that is about it. and remaining mapping you will just have to do it yourself. Just check once and it's done. Now moving to the next few sheets that I wanted to discuss. One is the stock. Okay, stock sheet, basically it's just asking you whether it is stock in trade, finished goods, that classification. If you have stock in trade, everything will auto selected by default as stock in trade. But if you have anything other than that, if you have packing materials or any other item like that, you choose accordingly. Okay, so this is for those items. Stock previous year, you can again copy the mapping as is where is. Now trade payables, in case you have chosen to take bill wise like this. Okay, now see carefully, there are some on accounts in this. Okay, so on accounts, what it does, see in trade payables you will not see much relevance here, but in trade receivables I will discuss this. So you just have to choose MSME, non-MSME. If you have chosen in the main basic data sheet, you remember two options were there. If you have chosen that you will choose from this particular sheet, only then fill this, otherwise it is not relevant. Trade receivables, now here it will make more sense about the on account. Okay, now these are bill wise information. If bill wise is rightly maintained, this is the best solution. Okay, if bill wise is not maintained, don't even attempt, don't try this at all. Okay, now less than 6 months, more than 6 months, based on the date you can create a formula. As of now, by default it comes and sits here based on the date of due date, basically due date. Okay, based on the due date, as on 31st March, where it falls, it will come and sit. Okay, but if you just these are all more than 6 months, but these should have actually come. Okay, all of them are more than 6 months only. Okay, so these are all more than 6 months, so it's not coming here. And if there is anything on account, okay, let's just assume this 96,000 was not there and it was here. Okay, since it didn't come on its own, on account by default will go and sit in less than 6 months. If it's more than 6 months, you have to manually change it. Okay, since I typed it, it didn't go and sit. If it would have come by export, on accounts and all automatically will go sit in less than 6 months. Okay, so classification again, unsecured, considered good, secured, considered good, all that options are there. Please select. Generally we select only this option. I am moving fast on this because we have already discussed in length in the trial balance sheet itself. Okay, now only one part was missed out in the TB sheet, was this particular column of current non-current bifurcation, trade receivables more than or less than 6 months by default. Okay, in Tally what it does, it will put everything in this current or less than 6 months column. You have to bifurcate and put the value, accordingly balancing figure will become more than less than 6 months. Okay, by default the entire value will be in this column only, K column. Okay, less than 6 months. Whatever values are more, you have to manually put it inside. Okay, so you might have a working, you can link the formula also, that is also there. How many of you know VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP? Sorry, question is wrong. How many of you do not know VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP? All of you know VLOOKUP. Now I am going to show you some thing which you can use differently. The same formula. Anyone does not have Office 365? Not using Office 365? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. No, I'll use XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP accordingly. Okay. Now imagine I have 0 bucketing. Do you remember bucketing? Sampling, random bucketed sampling. I'll just make this something else because everything is once. Okay. Now we have this and I'll say A, B, C, D. Okay. We have this bucket which we have created 0 to 10,000. 10,000. Is everyone able to see this? Okay. Now I am going to use VLOOKUP differently. Okay. Or XLOOKUP for that matter. I am as of now using VLOOKUP. Lookup value, this is my cell. Okay, I am going to type in values there. Table array is going to be this, comma 2, comma 1. Have you ever used this option? First of all, comma 2 is okay. Comma, there is one more. approximate or exact match. Have you ever looked into that? Have you used 0, 1? So what do you use generally? 0. Have you ever tried 1? No. Okay. So this is 1. Okay. Now I am making this 15,000. Can you see? I will make it 1,50,000. 1 second, this is creating issue. It's going back. Can you see this? I will make it 7,50,000. 75 lakhs. This is called approximation. You can use this for what? Can you give me one example where you can use this? I gave you one example directly, bucketed random sampling. Sampling technique, right? You want to create buckets and then you want to create parity, 80-20 principle or ABC analysis. You can use that for that. Anything else? If you have a client which has complex nature of transactions, for example, they are dealing in almost everything and you want to create a sample that caters to every bucket. Okay? Some items are high valued, some items are more in quantity and you want to create a bucketing based on that. Then you can use this. Anything else? Tax audit season, what do we calculate? What? Aging, yes, I use this only for aging. Yes, you're right. I in essence use this only for aging. Yes. Tax calculation, do you have slabs? Have you heard of slabs? Income tax slabs? So if I make this 0 to 2,50,000, 3 lakhs, okay, I'm just going with some random numbers, 5 lakhs, 7,50,000, yes, new regime, old regime, up to 2 lakhs, 0, yes, 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs, 5%, or in new regime 10%, 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs, here 10%, okay, plus whatever the differential, correct? Oh? So now if I put my income equal to XLOOKUP, comma 2, let's just keep it like this, and this will be say 10%, I am just keeping that to get this. Now can I use this in my tax calculation? Yes? You can think of these lines, you can create one template and keep it, and tax calculation is automated. Okay? So this is how you can use XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP differently with that, just that change of zeros and ones. All my sampling actually uses this only. Like there's one more way to. How do you do sampling, by the way? Because we are coming to that topic only. We have exactly half an hour left. We are coming to that topic only. How are we doing sampling? How are we doing vouching? 100%? No, right? We are doing sampling, no? What happened after tea break? Even more silent. What, should not send for breaks, is it? How are we doing our sampling? Sorry? Tally, oh, you're using tally, okay. Anyone, any other method you're using for sampling? What he said, we are actually coming to that only. See, now tally has only predefined set of functions, okay. So sometimes tally is not enough for the sampling methodology. So what we do, so we go into display, analysis and verification, alternate, alt G, analysis and verification, okay. You can just go into voucher verification, okay. Verification of vouchers, you will land into the same screen, okay. Now here, since the data is very small, we can use tally. If the data is complex, okay, if it has like say 8,000, 10,000 line items for sales, say 3,000 line items, and you want to create sampling methods out of it, because tally has certain sampling methods. I will just show you. Sampling configuration, these are the methods available in tally, out of which this is only scientific, all others are biased, okay. By biased I mean like even numbered, odd numbered and all of those. The only scientific method is Benford. Okay. And what is Benford? It is written down itself. This sampling method will give all those vouchers of applicable voucher type having the highest positive negative variation, okay, as per Benford method of first digit of transaction value. Basically the first digit of transaction value appearing in the invoice, how many times are the base punter, it's giving some methodology. Positive or negative, we generally choose based on how much time we've got, okay, to vouch. But this is the only scientific method. But if the client data is not clean, okay, by not clean I mean there are a lot of errors in the data, we can't just stick to this sample because the sample size is going to be very small, okay. Just assuming for 89, 33 has come, this is good enough, but generally that much does not come, okay. So the sample size may not take factor in everything, so we may not be able to use this, okay. Now, but chalo, we have used this. If for 2 I would have chosen say alt B, or you can choose all and say alt B and choose Benford positive negative. Generally we choose Benford, and see in negative it became even smaller, the sample size, it just became 16, okay. But this is unbiased scientific, so we can go with this. Now the sample vouchers are here, okay. You can simply press alt enter to see the voucher as we discussed earlier. Finish the checking and put the verification marks here itself. External, internal, verified, on hold, okay. You put it on hold because of some issue. You want some external clarification, say from external sources or from the client, okay. Internal observation you want to discuss with your higher up, or you want to discuss, internal observation could be 2 ways. If you as a superior are saying you want to discuss with the client, you want to just mark it and keep it, that also could be internal note. Or you want to discuss as a junior, you want to discuss with your partner or your superior or your principal, then you have marked some notes and kept, that also could be an internal observation. Verified is there is no issue, and you can write your verification note, okay. As it is finished, this export and keep it as work paper, work is done. This is one way. Second way is you export in Tally, export in Excel and do the verification process there. Either ways you can choose. Preferable if you are doing it here, might as well look everything here itself and just keep the work paper ready, vouching work paper. Your sampling method will come on top itself. You have to record the method of sampling, right. Everything comes on top as it is, you can export and keep it along with your verification status, okay. Once you imagine I have set, this is only one transaction, I have set as verified, okay. Let's see, in this one I put one as on hold, okay. I am not writing any verification marks, and this one I will say internal observation, okay. Now I have done some things. If you just notice here also I did some work, but it is not coming here because here only you will get verified vouchers. You will not get the vouchers that you have vouched and have queries. And I am going back to the main screen. Now can you see over here you have gotten an update that out of these many vouchers, which is 14% of the total, okay. 14, is this working now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's working? Okay. Sorry? Oh, I actually turned it off. Okay. Yeah. So out of 273, only 38, which is 14% of voucher. So you can have a check telling value wise how much it is, and you can create this voucher paper, working paper. Verified vouchers is only 1, and internal observation. Once you clear it, you are going to clear it and say verified, right? It will come as cleared also, clarified also. Now the best part about this is, in case you finished vouching and you finish your reviews and everything, and the data gets changed, it will come at this section, altered, to be re-verified. So if the client makes any amendments after you have finished your verification process, it will go back and sit there, and you will have to re-vouch the entries. See, the vouching is not done by us, obviously it's done by articles and other people, but they need to be made aware of this. Okay. Now we'll come to our part. Okay. Data analysis. Okay. Now this is the data analysis section of Tally, which is in default available. Now for this I need a better data, so I am going to just move shift to data set that I have. I need 2 years of data, so I'm just moving to another data. It's better if you have 2 years of data for this, so that you can do some analysis and verification. Basically, it is just giving you certain base analysis telling that these vouchers were available, this is not used, this is used. You look into this like that, okay? Few things that it will give. Okay, so till it migrates, I'll just open another tally to just do the second data migration quickly. And you can open multiple versions of tally. I'm sure you're aware of that. Multiple tallies can be opened of the same version. You can open multiple no, multiple tallies, like how you can open multiple Excel files, you can open multiple tally files. Okay, so you need not wait for that to keep loading, you can just open another one and continue. Okay, so like till that is working, this also will work in the background. So only thing, it will become slow, the system will become slow. But okay, no, 2 things are working and you leave the system meanwhile. It's much better than you waiting for the first file itself to load. Okay, so there are 2 things that will, you can simultaneously work on, like 2 different tally data, especially if you have same name tally data. So you have a problem with that, right? Same name tally data you are not able to open together. It's always advisable, please rename the data, but do not rename the mailing name, only rename the company name. Okay, if you rename the mailing name, the reports and all will show that name, the change that you made. Have you seen lot of bills? They will say A and Co. 2122. It's not their name itself officially. It's only A and Co. So they should not be having the 2122. It's only because in Alt K they don't change the mailing name again. There are 2 names for every item in tally. One is the actual name or the reference name, and one is called the mailing name. Mailing name should be the official name, not this name could be any name, whatever you feel like, nickname, don't like, whatever name, does not matter, but the mailing name should be exactly official name, what you want in your official records. Till this is migrating, any queries with that non-corporate format? Any queries? How to print I had not covered, so I'll just quickly just go through that. Now imagine that okay, every values have come in, great, but now I don't like the way it is presented. I want to give better presentation. So if you want to do that, you can just move it to Excel. The only issue with that is it will move all the sheets to Excel, but as static values. So if you have to do presentation only and you don't have a format of your own, so what you can do, you can just bring these values there and you can be like, okay fine, I will take only for presentation. So when the file is final, once you have frozen on the values, for presentation purpose you can just say export to MS Excel. Okay, all the sheets, whatever you are seeing, all the files that you saw, no, it will come in this file and every sheet you will be able to see, but you will not be able to link. Okay, everything will become static values. Every item will become static values. That is the biggest drawback. It's not even linking to the balance sheet to P&L also. It will just be, everything will be static values. This is the only issue with this particular this thing. It's only for the purpose of formatting, nothing else. Okay, you can print from here also, print current. Sorry?
The total also will be static
Yes, it will be static values. It's only for the purpose of print, for your formatting. So only if you're frozen on the values, please take it to that Excel. Otherwise, if you're happy with this format, you can simply print. Can you see? Only where there is value that is coming for print. Others have just disappeared, vanished. When you print in this, I'll just bring it back. Look at this sheet. Everything is there. But when you give for print, only where there is value, you will be seeing you will be seeing that information. So it will only be wherever there is value, that will only come in print. Only for that you will have note numbers. Okay. So when you print from here, this is how it will happen. But if you are doing the print from a regular Excel file, this will not come. So until and unless you have a very defined style of statement preparation, if this is okay by you, you can just continue with this itself. Because in this, if you print, it will not be like that. It will show everything. You will have to redo the print setting and everything. You will have to realign it and put it back in the print style and hide the rows that are not visible. All that you will have to do here. Okay. So over here, it will happen on its own. Print all notes. Okay, it was asking whether you want PDF or you just want preview. That's what it was asking. I said yes, I want PDF. It's always advisable to take in PDF first before you print from Excel. Always advisable. Always take in PDF first whenever you're doing anything in Excel. Especially if you're doing reports in Excel, please never take print directly from Excel. Always take it to PDF. There might be something which visually you will be seeing that it will show correctly, but while printing it will realign. Okay, when you do based on the printer, it may realign sometimes, and some lines may get cut or not show correctly. So it's always advisable that you this is for policies. Once you have policy information, you can put it inside. These are all the notes. Okay. To be very honest, I am not satisfied with the way it comes. Every note is coming as a separate sheet, which is not okay by me. But okay, but it's at least so what you can do the balance sheet P&L from here. Notes, you do your alignment, just bring the notes that you want. That could be a way around. Okay. So but the whole idea of this using this format is that for smaller entities, you'll at least get the mapping, you'll get the template ready, and you can just prepare the financials, and only for printing and other things only you'll have to take it out. And for next year, this process that we did is just a one-click button. Only the items that are differing or there is change, for example, current becoming non-current, non-current becoming current, trade receivables, payables becoming advances, those are the changes that you'll have to do, and new ledgers that have come in. Apart from that, all other mapping will happen on its own. So that is a major relief that you can think of. And if you ask me, what you can ideally do is, on the TB sheet you create your own format. Use the TB sheet alone and create your own format, so that you don't have to worry about these sheets being tampered, you format not working. You can use this as base. Take that TB sheet and take it for your mapping. So on this file itself, you can create your own financial files, because you can insert sheets here. You are allowed to insert worksheets. So you can create your own file and build on this TB. So for corporates, you can create your template from this. But only thing is, how the templates are getting done in the backend for the TB you will not know. But at least the groupings and the classification 5 will come to your rescue. Yes? Okay, let's see if the tally has migrated. Okay, 50% done. This one, 60% done. Okay, in analysis and verification, there are few things that you can see. The first thing is holidays, transactions made on holidays. Okay, that is like basically you have to give a list of holidays Imagine your customer or your client has all Sundays off and all Saturdays off, okay, and public holidays, these public holidays he has off. We can get a list from them. We actually need to get a list of holidays. You can get a list of them and then just see. There are too many transactions passed on a holiday. You can question on that. It may not necessarily be something wrong, but you can at least question, were you working on these days, like why are there entries, was there a special case, only on certain dates you are seeing too many entries, like that you can at least frame some questions, okay. So just some discussion points, it's not even questions, I would say, some discussion points. The second is relative size factor. What is relative size factor is the variance between the values in a particular ledger. For example, if you go into rent, the variance necessarily will not be more than 10% for a particular type of rent if they maintain it separately. There could be an increment of maximum 10% in a year. I don't think there will be a variance of 40%, a variance of 50%. So the relative size factor generally is 1, less than 1. Just a sec. I'll just close some files so it gets faster. Oh, this was for this. Okay. I think we will need this. I'm just closing this financial statements for non-corporate. Do you have any queries? Otherwise, I'm just closing this file. Does anyone have queries on this file? No? Okay, I'm anyway saving and closing. No one asked me how do you save the template, mapping template. Did you notice it yourself? I said you can keep it for next year, but you should have the template, right, mapping template. It's there in the first basic data sheet, save mapping template. Okay, if you just save that, it will get saved. Okay, meanwhile till this opens, I had to show you certain ways of reports and other things. I'll just show that. It's just to drive an idea of financials that we can do. This is a very old template, though we have just incorporated few of the changes in this for current year. One size fits all kind of a template, and then you customize based on each client. Okay. So if you just look at this template, I told you there is a basic data sheet that comes in. Okay, and I told you a work status sheet that comes in. This is that work status sheet. You can see that there is a link to every sheet and it's all hyperlinked to that sheet. Okay. So if you just have to click on that and it will move to that sheet. Okay, this is the work status sheet. This is the basic data sheet that we have for each of the clients. Okay, these are all the information that we keep. I don't like monotony, so there are some colors in it. Okay, nothing great about it. It's just that it was in one flow. I just made it categorized. Only difference is that. Okay, have a basic data sheet, and then if you notice, every sheet will have an applicability check on top. Okay, so these are the reports like CARO. This is our stat audit report. Okay, this is like the report, and we have like entire report kept in order, and wherever there are linkages, we will create those links. If you can see concatenate, there will be a formula inside, the name and everything will be linked accordingly. Okay. So, this is the sheet where we do the linkages and everything, and you know, wherever it is there is static text, it will just be typed. Wherever there are links, only that part of the link it will be linked, other things will be just static typed. So, you can think on those lines. Now, how can you do this? Figure out the rows, figure out the places where you need most rows. In this sheet, you actually don't need rows at all, columns, sorry. But on top I needed some columns. So, I have created those columns first. Okay. Then what you do, you simply merge this and go to alignment and say justify. It will come as if you have in your Word document. Okay. When you print, it will look as if you took it out of Word. And it is nothing, I have taken it from SA 800 only. SA 800, SA 710, depending on which criteria it falls in. Okay. So, I have not like created anything on like out of file, there is some issue in this file. Oh, I have not enabled content. Okay. Whenever you see that enable content, please enable content. Your formulas, everything may not work. If you have complex formulas, definitely it's not going to work. Okay. So, enable content, if you see, most likely you should be enabling it. Only then you will come to know the actual issues in the file. Let me just see, 72% done. Okay, chalo. Meanwhile, we will just finish this part. Okay. So, if you just look at this, if you print, if you just print this, I haven't used this laptop in a while, so I don't know what's happening. Huh? So, that I wantedly have not updated. If I update that, it will not work at all. There are a lot of links, outside links that are there. No, that is not the issue. There is some other issue in the system. I haven't used this system in a while now. Okay. So, these are certain things that I wanted to drive. Everything will have an applicability check, and this is the master data which I was talking about, downloaded from MCA. This is the KYC of the client. Okay. Applicability test, appointment letter, engagement letter, all kept in the order of letters. Okay. Acceptance letter, NOC, and so on and so forth. It was kept in order, engagement has come forward. And engagement letter for IFC separately, MRL, everything that you can think of. And now newly we have started doing this. What is the type of link, what is the type of content that is there, what is the information, short description for quick read. Okay. Because MRL and MRLs are generally 12 pages, 20 pages, which we can't read in quick. So, we started doing this, that we start giving information, whether it is static text, whether it is company specific, generic, and the madri we started working on those lines. This is form 3CA, 3CD because it is corporate, 3CB otherwise we have one non-corporate also, entire 3CD kept here. This is the reply to that, every annexure kept. Okay, we give a an offline copy, that is why. These are the work papers for each of the clauses, yes. So, this is for PFESI. PFESI goes in two clauses, one is PFESI itself, one is 43B. So, both comes from this same table. Okay, this is for loan, we have a work paper for loan also. This is the TDS work paper. Okay, for TDS, for some clauses we bring it from the, this is for 43B. But in essence it would have been linked from, for ESI PF would have been linked from the ESI PF chart only. This is TDS, so we use a software, so we have taken it from there, but this particular first column does not come, we do not pick it from here at all. Okay. This column we do not pick it from here, otherwise this is the computation sheet, financials, cash flow. Cash flow again has an applicability. See, it said not applicable, so I have in bold and bright, do not print, khatam. Okay. So because we used to do this error lot of times, cash flow applicable, not applicable, I do not remember, I never remember. So I put a chart itself which tells whether it's applicable or not. Okay, same thing for IFC also. You will be able to see here. Yeah, IFC went off further. This we are still working on it. This is not the final file. Otherwise, so Caro is applicable in this case. Okay, so let me just remove the values and make this. Okay, I'll just remove the, or just let me, yeah, remove the values, and it said not applicable. In the Caro related point, you will be able to see okay. So Caro related point would have changed by now, that it's not applicable like that, you know. This is IFC, okay, okay. That's what I'm thinking, where did that point go? Okay, so here it says applicable on its own, I don't know, it says, okay. It seems that they have changed my links, okay, doesn't matter. So it seems like, you know, let me just make this. I don't know what has happened. Let's just presume that it's not applicable, and accordingly over here the applicability clause will change down. This Caro will come as not applicable. Okay. So all this has been done not at one go. It was just done. I just want to drive the idea that, you know, you can do this and keep all sheets. If this file will become a little bulkier. So the solution is, you can have financial related information, financials audit report in one file, initial letters in one more file, which is what we are working on now. But I am okay with the bulkiness of the file because I want it in one file. I don't want multiple files because the basic data will keep changing, the information will keep changing. There is always a linkage between financials, basic data, there is always a linkage through all that. So I am okay with the files becoming bigger in size, but I want everything in one place. So if you just come further, for cash flow, trade payables, aging, we have a summary, and I have used some ifs here. Earlier I used to use VLOOKUP, no, not here, XLOOKUP, but generally we use this aging. Now to be very honest, this is also not the right aging that should be used. Now we have come to bill wise correctly because we now told our client to maintain bill wise correctly. Okay, but earlier we were using, this is the FA schedule, and for this we have a detailed working of FA. Okay, but the idea here is, and here also this is a template which is automated. All I need to do is press the first, just change this column for depreciation and these three columns for this thing. GST input claimed, in this thing we given clause, right, the FA clause, which information is captured here itself. For example, there is an addition, and this also comes from an addition and deletion template which is given to the client, or we do it ourselves depending on who is the client. Okay, and this verification status also we put it here and keep it. This is for our verification also, because as asset addition, if they are lesser in number, ideally speaking asset addition you have to vouch 100%, but even if they are lesser in number, we just do on sampling also, with the verification status also comes here itself. Okay, so we have given a template to them that you tell us this much, what is the taxable value, what is the GST that you have taken, whether it is an addition or a deletion accordingly. Okay, trade receivables already discussed, and these are few other things. Now this particular depreciation, all of us keep recalculating, right? This depreciation not only gives, if you just look at this, if I put the sale value here, okay, say I will put 100 rupees sale value here, you will be automatically able to see that the deletion automatically happened. Okay, I didn't have to sit and now put deletion, okay, equal to this. Okay, this is all automated, and I didn't do it in one day, obviously. Okay, so as and when I was doing, I realized, okay, I am the most laziest person you would have ever met. So, you know, I don't want to do work. Okay, basically I don't want to repeat work. That's my mantra. Do not repeat what can be, you know, automated. That's like my mantra. So when I was doing this sales, I realized if I put sales value, then automatically it's a deletion, right? If I put a value for sales, doesn't it automatically mean it's a deletion? So I decided, okay, if there is a value here, automatically deletion should happen. That is how this happens. Okay. Now when I was doing this, I came across an issue. What was the issue? The depreciation should be calculated only up to the date of sale, not up to the date of, because I am doing corporate here, not non-corporate. Non-corporate, that's a different technique. So deletion should happen only up to the date of sale and not up to the date of. So that came across and I made this change here. So there is no sale date here actually. If I put a date of sale, say imagine 1/6/24, yeah, 23/24 is the file. The date of use will change. It's a big formula, done, took a lot of time. That time I didn't know many formulae, okay, when I created this file. Now I don't have time to improvise this, and it's working fine, so I'm okay with this. So like, you know, that time I was not in possession of that many formulas. I'm talking 10 years back. Okay, I was not in possession of so many formulas. There was no ChatGPT at that point in time. So it was difficult to find formulae also. So whatever worked, I just put it in. And if I found a better formula, I just replaced. But today, we are not in that scenario at all. In today's world, we have something known as ChatGPT, Perplexity AI, which can help you do this. All you need to do is think and know a little bit of basics. Remaining, tell the AI to help you out with formulae. You tell him that, tell the AI, I want a formula that takes into account. Now I have a depreciation calculation that I need to make. Depreciation at the rate of 10%. Keep it simple. 1000 rupees, column A, the value, column B will be date. Just give it this much. Okay. I have an Excel file. Column A is the date of purchase. Column B is the date of sale. Column C will be value. Column D will be depreciation calculation. Column E will be net value. Okay. These are the few things that I have. Now I want to create depreciation using useful life as per Companies Act. Okay. Then you tell it that I want to make it automated in such a way that if I put the date of sale, the useful life should differ accordingly. You just tell whatever you are thinking, just tell the AI. It will be some trials and errors, okay, but it will work. And it will give you formulae. Few trials and errors, maybe it will take half a day, but it will save hours and hours of your time on depreciation. I am sure all of you spend a lot of time on depreciation calculation, right? Yes or no? For every client. But when in fact you can create a template like this. Now I will tell you the relevance. On top you are seeing one chart. This is my classification chart, and this template not only works for stat audit, and this chart I don't do for non-corporates. I do not do it because non-corporates, we have the flexibility to follow income tax. Why the hell should I do this much? They don't have something known as components and everything. They have block concept. I do not have this chart itself for them. But for this thing, this first classification is actual name, nomenclature. The second abbreviation is as per schedule, this is for Companies Act. This useful life is as per schedule 2, or in cases where we have changed manually, I will make a note because we have done it manually. Okay. And this abbreviation is for tax audit report. Okay. Now going to the tax audit report, depreciation calculation. And the reason why I am showing you in this much depth is that you at least pick this up and go. Okay. This is simple sum if. Okay. I have mapped the this short abbreviation here and kept. Okay. Now this is old format, so right side. New format, left side, because left side I don't have to tamper. That will not be part of my printable area. Okay. So this particular PM and this thing that you are seeing here, that's not working. Yeah. This particular PM, MV, CA, these are my shortcuts that I have created in this file. If you just look at that sheet. And how do you navigate between sheet? Right click. Go to the sheet that you want to visit. Okay, asset wise depreciation, and you can see that the abbreviations are done here. Same abbreviations I would have selected here based on this is the classification that I choose. Based on that, these abbreviations come on their own. And we look up, we discussed, this is HLOOKUP, that's it. Okay, based on that, and one more thing that is there is asset whether put to use. If there is no addition, it will come NA, otherwise it will come more than or less than 180 days. Accordingly, this will get filled. Okay, simple formulae. I have not even gone into Power Query, Power BI. Okay, nothing I have done. It is simple formulae that works, and I have not used complicated, complex formula also. It's just sum ifs, because I need two criteria. Okay, so what did I do? This is the header that I want, right? And the power of referencing. Okay, this comes, we have, we are actually, it is 5 already. Someone had asked about ODBC in the morning, in the afternoon. Huh? No, someone asked, otherwise I wouldn't have explained, because ODBC is advanced. I cannot touch upon ODBC, that's why I didn't touch it upon. But someone has asked, I had this still here. No, okay. Okay, so see, we are actually done with the class. Just give me 2 minutes, I'll just wind it up fully. Because the topic was only NCE, but we have covered a lot more than that. But I just want to close it up. Are you okay extending for 5-10 minutes, or do we wind it up here? Yes, 5-10 minutes, I will not take more than that of your time. I see, the only thing that I want you to take along is, just a second. Yeah, FA. Okay, this is the FA used for more than and all. It's just simple sum if that is coming in. Okay, sorry, this is coming from this chart. Okay, something like this, sum if of so much, and the deletion comes. Now, in deletion in income tax is not the actual deletion what we say, it's actual sale value, correct? So, it will come from sale value instead of deletion column. That is the only change, and depreciation gets calculated as per income tax and not as per any other calculation of useful life and so on. The rate is on top, it gets calculated based on basis of that. Okay. So, that is about it, and so you can work on these aspects and get this particular information out, and this is your working, and you just need to fill in the additions and deletions, right? Same working, try to keep your workings minimal. Like one file can fetch 3 purposes, then why have 3 files? For example, one asset file is fetching me profit on sale, is fetching me GST input, it's fetching me additions, it's fetching me tax audit additions and deletions, and also is fetching me the details of whatever input and output useful life changes that is made. Everything is there in one sheet like that, and I can give you numerous examples for that I have. For example, in case of Ind AS, I will use ECL calculation trade receivables, same trade receivables working I will be bringing into my financials. Okay. So, you can think of those ways where you can have multiple workings using same files. Trial balance is used for analysis also, same trial balance is used for financials. And when I started today, when I started the session today, I told you a point telling start your audit with financials and not with any other this thing. The reason is, once you do your financials, okay, all you need to do is replace the TB, correct? So, in that what happens, I will tell you. So, TB sheet, I said I will show you my TB sheet. I am now showing you the TB sheet that I have. Okay, this is the TB sheet that I have. Okay, you will be, this is what, this I have taken from Power Query, by the way. Okay, this has come from Power Query, but similar sheet I have in formula based also. Okay, this Power Query does opening balance verification for me automatically. So, there is a difference in opening stock. Obviously, there is always going to be difference in opening stock. Apart from that, there is a difference in these particular ledgers that it gave me. Okay, previous year closing balance and like, you know, though we have negated it and made it 0, but sorry, previous year these were the balances that were there. There is no difference. Other line items, there were no balances, basically new ledgers probably. Okay. So if you just look at this, there is only one difference of 502, which is stock. So the opening balance is matching. It matched on its own because it's a Power Query wizard. Then comes this particular grouping. I told you I'll give you the SQL code. Please note down. I'm going to now put that inside. Sir, we will take 5 more minutes, okay? ODBC is a topic for another day because it's a bigger topic. There's a lot of things that we can do, Power Query and ODBC. So I am restricting that for today. But I'll just introduce the concept alone. Okay. So one second, I'm just putting in 2 lines. It's actually a single line. Select $name, $parent. Are you able to see whoever's in the end? $name, $parent, $primary group, underscore, okay, $_ primary group without space, $opening balance and $_ closing balance from ledger. And if anyone has Tally open, you can simply copy this particular, you can type this in your Tally calculator, okay, type it in the calculator and press enter. You will be getting this particular version similar to this, okay, similar to this columnar version you will be getting. But 2 things, first thing, Tally the period should be already chosen to the period that you want, okay, and I do not rely on this balance, okay, and the plus and minuses won't come in this. So you will have to put something known as is $, is CRAMT, okay, like that you will have to put and then give this. So I don't use this, I use a VLOOKUP and get the values of parent and primary group. I export the TB as is where is ledger wise, which I showed you in the morning, in the afternoon, and I take this separately, and that's why I will have 2 sheets, because I don't trust the opening and closing balances that come in here. So this is the TB and SQL will be there, TB, SQL. I have a SQL for stock also. If you want to note down, you can note down for that also. Do you want me to give you SQL for stock? Yeah, you can just note down $name, $parent. I'll do a thing. I'll just put it across, one second. Just a second, I have the SQL commands. If you want any SQL commands, there is a website called tally.sql, Tally SQL, in which you can find a lot of more SQL commands, okay. Tally NLP to find natural language processing, and Tally SQL for like all those developer codes and all, you will be able to find the base level codes. And then you can go to GitHub, okay. There are many channels that are there in GitHub, which will give you all this, and best AI, ask AI, it will give you. Some may work, some may fail, but it will give you some answers, okay. GitHub, GITHUB, GitHub. You can just Google, sir, you will get a lot of links, and GitHub will be one of the first few links, okay. And you can ask ChatGPT, AI, you know, for these codes, whatever you want to, okay. And see, all answers will not be right, please take it from me, and if you ask vague questions, ChatGPT will give you even more vague answers. You have to be very specific with what you want, okay. Now this is the SQL for stock. It's a bigger SQL, I just cut it down for you because I want all these information. You please take it as $name, $parent, GST applicable just to know the GST type, okay. And then you leave all this valuation method, please take it, $valuation method, and then base unit, okay, opening balance, opening rate, opening value, and then you can simply take $_ closing value, closing balance, and closing value. These 3 will do. Other things you can just skip because that I have taken for different purposes, but otherwise you can take it fully. I'll tell you what is the purpose of each. But this will not work very well. I'll tell you 2 reasons. For values, perfect. For item quantity, you will have to do some formula. Okay, you have to remove, either use text to column or use formula to remove the quantity name. Okay, so you can, I'll just bring you back to this Excel sheet. I'll tell you what I have used for this. So you have quantitative details that you need to give in stock, tax audit report. So for that, what I have done is, so it was all creating issue. So I created something known as type. The first thing is for financials. Okay, whether it is spares and accessories, whether it is stock in trade, whether it's finished goods, WIP, that is the first category. Subtype is for quantitative details, because we don't give 100%, we give only for primary items, correct? Only major items we give quantitative details. So only those items we will be choosing. Opening quantity and all, I've just removed the spacing. Okay, there are some formulas and everything on this, but for values it will work perfectly. Okay, you don't have to do any formula, just make it into one, that's it. Okay, you just have to do into one. But for this, what happens is, it gives you along with the unit. Okay, so I have to remove in essence the unit. So I have assumed, I have noticed that there is a space. So that's my formula. That's the formula. I have just removed, find the space. So I said left to find the space from there, that many digits. Okay, 3 digits, 4 digits. I have just taken that and finished it off. Okay, so if you know, if you have single stock, you can finish this in no time. But you take the SQL, please experiment on it. Tell ChatGPT, I have this, I have some unit, please give me a formula to remove it. It will give you formulas to remove it. Okay, then you can create a pivot out of it, just like this. Okay, my system says that we are done for the day. Okay, so there seems to be some issue in my system, but yeah, you can create a pivot out of it, and you will get the opening value, closing value, what you need for your quantitative details, inward, outward. If you have that SQL, you can simply finish with that. How do you do your quantitative details for tax audit? Laptop in a long time. Okay. But yeah, thank you so much for your patient listening. I really hope that you have actually, benefited out of this.
Thank you, ma'am, for enriching session. Also, thanks again for accepting our invite and sharing your knowledge and time with us. To honor her presence with us today, now I request CA Parvatavardhini ma'am to kindly present a memento to CA Monica CHALLANI as a token of our respect and appreciation. Thank you.